Every Thursday, the scene is set in the realm of thoughts where minds are met. They're the thinkers with brains on the brink. Every Thursday, they're doing a thing with that darn kitty as the fearless lead. And Fox through by her side, they plant the seed with Dorcas guiding through dungeons deep. And Grey Coupe spreads it on steep. Nemo's crush strokes like magic in the air. Depressed Hydra's expertise beyond compare. Charles manages the box office with grace, while other guests add to the lively space. In a world of thoughts where minds collide, the thinkers gather their wits as their guide. From deep contemplation to laughter's embrace, every Thursday is their special place.
Welcome to the special place.
Hello.
Whoa.
Really?
BMO, you've changed, man.
Yeah, BMO.
Come on,
Each in a
man.
day.
He's tired.
I am so tired. You don't understand. Anyways, we're here.
We are here.
We're here. We're queer. Get used to it.
Good to see you, Item. We've missed you lots and
Hope
lots.
you're well.
And you, Jeremy. Hi.
Hello.
Wallace. Yes, we were late. I'm sorry.
Fashionably so.
Yes, this dapper gentleman over here, BMO, said so. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Stream Elements bot. Thank you so much.
Ooh.
I'm excited to have you here too.
So how is everyone?
Yeah, how's everyone doing? BMO seems to not be good because the first thing he does is go,
Ooh.
Yeah.
No, I'm doing fine. Tis Christmas cheer, and I only have so much Christmas cheer to give after having to give it every single day.
12 days of Christmas starting today.
I've had it since the first. Like,
you jumped the gun.
Of course I did.
Speaking of 12, it has been 12 years since 12/12/12, the last consecutive date.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
We might have in our lifetime to my current.
That makes me think of Skyrim's release.
12/12/24.
DoorDash.
Yeah.
Oops.
Now I really want to know.
That's not supposed to be my profile picture.
That's okay. It works. You see, that's what makes me wonder. I really wonder, like, is the DoorDash good where Kitty lives? Because she orders it a lot.
It's called something else there.
But yes, I mean, why wouldn't it be good? I mean, people bring you stuff at your house.
It's a good question.
Oh, how could that possibly be? How could you possibly fuck that up? You know.
What is it called here? It's called Just Eat. Did someone say?
Is that a threat?
You guys
if I want to
talking
drink
about, like,
though?
DoorDash services.
Yeah.
Is that a court of thorns and roses? It's sorry.
Nerds. 2 of you.
Oh my gosh! Hooray!
Sorry, array. Gray, are you ready?
Sure. The Italian stock has gone up. Penny, Northern Italian. Mangione, Southern Italian. Not sure what all of those words mean when put together. Perhaps it is just me being ignorant, but thank you for an amazing $5 super chat. Thank you.
What?
Yeah,
Nice.
you need to help me set mine up then. But you know what? If you can do it for us, then I'm very happy.
I'm on it.
Yeah.
I have multiple money noises. So.
Ooh, nice. Oh, Gray was upset. He was
Yeah,
being,
I can't match Gray's
I
physical
can't be
prowess.
shown up. I'm
You're
sorry.
threatening his thing, okay? He does the money stuff, the printing money things. Don't you dare steal his identity,
Well, if
okay?
we sync audio and
I
visual,
know.
we're in good shape.
Item Wizard,
Okay.
I've missed you.
Item. First of all, okay. So what Ure? It's because there is an Italian or Luigi and whatever. The people are supporting Italy. Go Italy because of this.
Oh,
Is that what you're saying?
Both members of our topics are
No,
From the
not
book?
Lily. Not Lily.
Why'd you sound so disgusted? No, not
Because
her.
I don't want her to be of Italian descent. Okay,
But
we
you
don't
do
claim
want
it.
the other one to be interesting.
No,
She's
no, that's true.
European.
I don't. You know what?
Not
It's
that
actually-
whore,
no,
the murderer.
No. Hold on. It's that was questionable. That was up for question. You know, Lily. It's very Italian.
One looks very Italian. The other one does not look Italian. So
She doesn't
one,
want to.
one looks like she's trying to be Avril Lavigne in 2004.
Well, we'll get to that.
I mean,
What?
taste.
Not the breeding ritual, no, my lord. Don't make me do a breeding ritual.
What
Okay,
the
guys.
fuck is that, by the way? Hello?
We'll find
So
out.
you're not a fan of literature?
Hi, Louise.
There
Okay,
is
look, I've got
difference
a new-
between literature and whatever the hell that is, okay? No.
I've got a new command. Watch. Your jacket.
Did somebody say just eat?
Yeah.
They really
It's
call it
the
just eat there in the UK. That,
Yeah.
That's
that
awful.
sounds so much.
There,
I mean, I
guys.
guess Uber
This
Eats
is what
sounds
it's
weird.
about.
Dude, their
Oh,
There-
there we go.
Duracell is a bunny that's pink.
Yes.
Meanwhile,
Yes.
Energizer is
yeah.
a pink bunny in America. Like, I can't help but
They
think
steal everything from us. that's
someone's
why.
in trouble. Someone should be in trouble here, but no, no.
Does the Duracell one have a drum, though?
BR.
No.
It matters.
Really?
Okay. I think that's the thing. The Energizer Bunny hits the drum or whatever.
Right down to the color and everything, too. It's
It has
I
to
don't
go rum pa pum pum.
I don't think we specifically called it out, but hey, Luis, awesome to see you.
Indeed.
Apparently,
Yes.
Charles,
Hello,
you have an
Luis.
issue, sir. You gotta figure it out.
Please don't worry about it. If there's something that came up that you wanted to see, just let me know. I'll get it to you.
Listen, I have too many books to read, guys.
Wait, unless you were going to pay
True.
$500, then let me know, and I'll try to make sure things work out on my end.
Make
What?
it worth my
Wait.
while.
How did see? Oh, you know what StreamYards
Nico.
did?
What did StreamYards do?
What is that?
It actually for 1 second it looked like. Oh, it's because I. Never mind. Ignore me.
You sound like
Oh,
me now.
Ignore
Is this
me.
user error?
Finish either a thought or a sentence. Go.
I can't do it.
Yeah, that's. I'm on the reg with that.
It
So-
wouldn't be thinkers without scuff.
So yeah, this I'll talk about this later, guys. But we have
Ooh.
a lot of fun talking about a court of Akatar, a court of thorn and roses item. I'm so excited that you. How do you know about it? And have you read it? If so, go and subscribe to the podcast. Okay,
Guys,
it's
Kita is working extremely hard on the editing. She showed me some of it. It's incredibly impressive and meticulous. So
and
at the very least, even if you're not interested in the book, check out the podcast for the hard work that she's doing with the editing.
Oh,
It puts mine to
you can-
shame.
oh shush. But you what's the name? You're making me blush, number one. But yes, if you would like to see how horrible my editing is, go and see when I try. Yeah, I didn't. Did you guys see Warren was on JBP?
I didn't see that.
Yes, I did see.
Mm-hmm.
I did not.
And he actually did really well because it was finally Jordan Peterson let someone talk. It was incredible. So I guess
Well,
he
you
was.
see,
know
it's a
we've
little
had-
complicated.
When you say talk, what do you mean by talk?
Yeah, what do you mean?
What do you mean? Yeah.
So that's kind of fun. We've had a think on JBP before, but now we're like 1 degree away. I'm just saying, Warren's
Kind
been on
of.
the show. He's been on
Kind
there.
of, yeah.
I mean,
So JBP on
that's one more
Thinkers
connection.
confirmed.
Next week.
yeah, let's shoot it to his people. Let's see.
I had the opportunity to speak with Warren just the other day in his Discord, and he doesn't remember me at all. It was really funny. I was like, "Oh yeah, we had you
Oh.
on," and he's like, "Yeah."
Yeah, he's not gonna remember.
He's in the big
any of
leagues
us.
now.
He's
He
done.
is.
yeah.
He's just
So-
got to remember where he came from.
You think he came from here?
Yes, that's the only reason. So JBP saw our think with
That's
him,
the only
and
reason he
this man
made
is
it. It's us. Damn it.
JBP and Hydra. Hydra will shout at JBP.
Of course.
Mm. He doesn't remember you little guys, but you know what? We remember us. That matters.
Just
And
do
Nico
it.
remembers us too. Nico is the meme lord, and he remembers us. So I'm very
We
happy.
remember the truck streams.
The truck streams.
Yeah, that was when I was streaming from a truck.
Oh,
Beam-
wow.
Mm.
And you had a little animated thingy for it too.
Yeah, I still have it.
Your BMO was in a truck.
B-mobile. Okay, guys,
Oh,
are
yeah,
we
this one.
Oh my
avoiding the
gosh.
topic?
A little bit.
Yep, let's get back on track.
So,
Wait, you can switch to your car avatar, but never mind. I guess that's off the talk. Never mind.
I don't
Touche.
get it.
Who's Bonnie Blue? What is all this? I don't know anything.
I don't know it either.
Haha.
Haha!
We don't know what you're talking about, Louise.
I saw that maybe blue truck, BMO.
No, it's a black truck, actually.
No.
Well,
Show proof
I'm
or
just
I won't
saying,
believe it.
everything
I
is intentional. So, if you see blue, perhaps there's a meaning behind it.
I have a false
Blue
sense
mo.
of security about that.
Well, I don't think it's false. I think the guy told you. You got it from an authoritative source.
The horse's mouth essentially said,
Yeah.
nay.
Right. So, yes. What do we
which-
know about Luigi?
Isn't that who we're-
He's my favorite green capped hero. I love the Super Mario
Why are we?
Brothers.
Yeah. You know, I've got some bookmark tweets that we can use as a little
Ooh.
jumping off point. Yeah.
Okay.
true.
So, do we have to give the audience context for this, or does everyone know? That's the real
No,
question.
I
because
think it's important for posterity.
I'm intrigued
Remember
to
that
know
time?
what
Yeah.
you worlderners have to say about this, because healthcare is a little different.
Yeah.
Because I know the news here is treating it different, but I
Very.
think there's some
Well, she's a
context to
local,
think.
right?
Hey?
Oh, wait. Which one are you telling me? You talking about
he
Luigi?
wants to
Yeah.
talk about Lily.
Well, somebody in the chat brought up banging 150 plus men in a. I don't know if Bonnie Blue is Lily Phillips. We're getting a lot of stuff mixed up here.
Okay, are we
True.
talking about the healthcare
Let's just
CEO
talk about it both at the
or the
same
thought
time.
experiment?
Do
No,
okay,
don't do
no.
that. Don't. We
Do
don't
a
need more
poll.
scuff and confusion. No,
do
no.
a poll and let the chat decide.
What should we talk about first? Okay.
Yeah.
CEO assassin that then went to have sex with 100 men.
God,
I call that a
I
good
wonder what
Tuesday.
her health insurance premiums are looking like, actually. That's not a good idea, ma'am.
What if the whole
yeah,
thing
let's
is just
make a poll.
insurance
Which one are we
fraud?
going to talk about?
Okay, let's do it. But I guess let's go. What do we talk about first? What first? Luigi?
Hole in the
Luigi?
legs or hole in the chest?
Yeah. Luigi or Lily. Okay, so that it's a nice alliteration. Luigi is the CEO thing. Lily is the sex thing.
Charles Gray, what do you two think of the
It's
Super
the
Mario
murder
Brothers
thing, not
movie?
the CEO thing. It's the murder thing. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
So when you say
The CEO
Super
thing,
Mario Brothers,
murder just casually mentioned on a secondary tangent. It's just comes with being a CEO. It's a CEO thing.
Bob Hoskins?
Bob Hoskins.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the one where we learn Mario's name and Luigi Mario's
Okay.
name.
Okay, darling would like
Yeah.
to know what Lily thing is. Lily Phillips is a OnlyFans woman who slept.
Woman.
She slept with 100. She had sex with 101. I've realized 101 men in
Yeah, the
24
cameraman.
hours. Yeah. So she's had like sponsors and stuff. It's like you run a marathon. Basically, like, so people paid for this and were like, yay, she gets to 100 in 24 hours. It's a little record. The world record stands at 1,000.
Whoa!
So
Yeah.
she did
Wow.
100 to see how it would go, to obviously just get support. And now in January, she's gonna go to 1,000.
Now,
So
is
she's
she-
continuing with it? This is new to me.
Yes.
Yes.
She's continuing.
She announced it yesterday. It's stunning and brave.
That's
101
40
damnations. That is so
42
good.
an hour.
Hey,
Oh.
Stug.
Was
She-
she not distressed after doing the first?
That's what we will get
Set.
to, Dorcas. That's
Ah,
she
see.
was.
I think we're cheating.
Was.
Huh.
Yeah, you're cheating, Dorcas. You're asking questions.
We're giving
Don't you?
extra
Let's
up front.
see. What are we?
Sorry.
So far, Luigi
No
is winning
fluffing the
over
topics,
Lily.
Dorcas.
Murder, or the degeneracy of society. Murder, or it's the same
Murder or sex? You have to decide.
One
Do it
could say
now.
both were degenerate.
thing. Murder
So
or
far,
sex.
Looks like a murder.
Yeah, murder.
Hey.
Muy bien.
Charles is excited. True crime. Let's go. Okay, I'm gonna end the poll. We don't. I mean, everybody that's here has.
Yeah, cut it off before
Deal.
Lily wins.
Stop the count.
There we go. Oh no,
No more
Kathy was
3
getting
a.m.
up
votes.
Yeah.
But
Okay,
to kind of
so-
answer Dorcas's question and to add on to it, of course, Bob Hoskins' movie is great, but who's the real Luigi? Is it Charlie Day or is it John Leguizamo?
Ooh,
That's a tough question.
John Leguizamo.
I'll take Charlie Day.
I think I'm leaning toward Charlie Day.
But Leguizamo is an Italian name.
Leguizamo is a very good actor.
Sure.
Excellent. And I actually do like that movie. But Charlie Day just excels, I think, with the role.
Sorry, with our current climate, you've got to do the Italian with the Italian name.
This is not untrue.
I feel like everybody is trying to avoid this. Let's go to.
We were
the-
talking about Luigi head on. Come on.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's just. I'm not going. I'm going
Speaking of head
chronological,
on.
which is not very good. Shut
Also-
up.
Also, BMO, I'm pretty sure John Leguizamo is Cuban.
He's got a very Italian name for being Cuban.
Well, yeah. In Hollywood, he follows the tradition of olive-skinned people playing
do-
everything.
What is the
Okay.
what is the introduction? Who wants to do it? Give us an introduction
I
to
can give a heads up.
Luigi.
So this man, Luigi Mangione, he contacts a healthcare CEO for United Healthcare. He was walking around. I believe he'd just gotten food or something of the sort. He was walking down the street, and a guy popped him in the back multiple times.
There was a
a gun.
shareholder meeting that he was early for that was supposed to take place at 8 a.m. and he got
Mhm.
shot at 6 a.m. The meeting continued,
Of
Wow.
course it did,
for the record.
because the business can continue
mean-
with it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
profit is far more important than one of our shareholders or big boys on the council being killed just outside, obviously.
I don't like, well,
We
it's
can
a
get
little
to it.
distasteful if you ask me, but I digest.
Well,
Digest.
a little
He's
distasteful.
digesting the events right now.
Reason that cool. We've presented the story to you. Well done. But this is why we are talking about it. This is
Yeah.
what's been going on. This is the
I hate
online.
this image.
discourse.
Yeah.
Genuinely, I hate
What?
this image.
Okay.
So why do you hate the image?
Discuss.
Because the issue I'm having here is the celebration of a CEO being killed because they've
How is that
apparently
a celebration of it? Is it not just pointing out hypocrisy?
This is not a celebration yet. What you will see under
person that
it,
made this
that
is-
will be
Yeah,
a
I've seen
celebration.
people
right?
celebrate it, but I don't know if that image is a celebration.
Okay, it's actually that main image
I'm-
there that I'm talking about.
This one.
I mean, it seems like hyperbole to me to classify being denied coverage as being the same to murder. But that's
Well-
the think, isn't it? Or a
I
thing.
guess so.
Well,
It's definitely a topic to think about, but how would it be distasteful if people are dying because they're deemed like not financially reasonable to get in the treatment that will provide them some sort of relief? So I have a buddy who's a disabled vet, and man, it is like pulling teeth to try and get anything covered for that dude.
I believe it.
It's really weird. He's got tons of problems and like so many diagnoses, but man, that dude is suffering because everything just kind of gets rejected, and it seems like it's auto rejecting. And then some of these companies are now using like AI to go ahead and do the first rejection.
Most of them are at this point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of that.
And that I'm
for sure.
very much against.
With a 90% crap.
Rejection rate.
They
Yeah.
No.
specifically chose the AI because it was better at rejecting than humans. That was their main criteria.
The AI has a 90% error rate.
Error.
No,
Oh.
not 95% error rate.
90.
Nine.
So
That's-
like you could say, I need a Band-Aid. And I'll go, no, because Band-Aids are for humans. I am a human.
Define human. What do you
So-
mean? What do you mean by?
When you say human, what do you mean by human?
All right, so I guess we're just going to get into it. So the equivalency that people are trying to draw with this image is something I find very distasteful and I don't like, because you being denied insurance coverage is not the same as you being murdered. It's not. And drawing that same conclusion that you're being killed by the person at the very top is not, it's not the same. It's not up to snuff there. And killing the person at the top does not solve the issue. In fact, it could make it even worse for you because you're
That I agree
removing
with.
someone at the top that might just make policy worse for you.
I don't think anyone is saying that this solves it by killing him. Like, that's not what this image is saying. So I don't know. I think you're bringing something into it. I think it's kind of like pointing out, like, okay, that is definitely wrong, but so is that. I can see how that would happen based off of the previous image, the image below, that, you know, people are literally dying because they're either getting rejected for medications or for possible surgeries that they need. So I don't know. I hear what you're saying.
I mean,
I don't know that this is saying everything that you are putting on it.
Yeah.
I think you can point out that, you know, both are bad. I don't think in one way it justifies another, but you can understand how somebody would get to that mind state.
Murder is
I would-
probably the wrong word, but I would say that there's some correlation behind the decision making and someone who needs to be fixed dying.
Sure.
I-
Yeah.
Again, it's not murder.
agree.
I agree with you. Go ahead, Dorcas. Sorry.
I agree with you, Charles. And it sounds like we're all in agreement that it's not quite the same as murder, which leads to like my overarching thesis statement throughout all of my time on Thinkers, which is to say hyperbole bad. So if we normalize the idea that what a CEO of a health insurance company does as being equivalent to murder, that justifies murder. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Makes sense
Because
to me.
the equivalency is made. I think so. Yeah, while I understand, Gray, there is a little bit that's put on top. Sorry, with
Yeah.
this image, but it relies on equivalency for that hypocrisy to be exposed and things like that. And considering the replies, that's what the discourse has become, where it's because it's justified. People have donated to him and that sort of thing to get him free from it, because it seems like he's done us all a favor.
Can I just
Um,
quickly say how much I hate that now all of a sudden people are pretending that they care about this?
Right.
Like, you
Yeah.
guys, and when I say you guys, I mean you guys in the United States.
You're meaning the royal you, yeah.
Yeah, the royal you. Very important difference. We learned that in the Discord yesterday. The royal you guys who live in the United States just had an election where it was proven with basically 99% accuracy that none of the voters gave a rat's ass about the healthcare system when they voted and what they considered to be important for the future of the country. So now all of a sudden everyone caring because funny shooting is, to me, really, well, insulting, because you only pretended to care about a seemingly important issue that is a crisis that we must solve immediately as soon as it draws in the popular eye of the media and the people like
True.
whom I'd caught. But then, when you were actually deciding on whether or not to solve this issue, nobody cared. None of
So
the
I completely
issues.
disagree. I understand how you could come to that conclusion, but it's not like, okay, we had somebody who actually had a solution to healthcare, and then we
No,
voted
you
against
didn't
that
even
person,
try.
chose
It's not
somebody
that
else.
somebody actually had a
It's not an
solution.
issue that seems to be swaying people. In this one, apparently it was immigration, because that's all that one side talked about, and it seemed to work.
It's not just
but
immigration. It's
I
the healthcare
well, that seemed
is
to be the main
always getting
thing.
crushed by the
No, I'm just
economy,
saying with this
immigration,
particular
etc.
election, that seemed to be the one issue that people actually kind of had a solution to. There is no solution to our shitty healthcare system here in the US. I've railed on it for years. When I went through a mental health crisis, like it was just depression, but it's like, man, I had good insurance. I tried to talk to my doctor and they're like, you need a referral. You can't just come here.
Also
So
true.
they sent me to this emergency clinic who wasn't covered by my actual insurance, even though I'm paying into it or whatever. It would have been $500 out of pocket, which is what they would charge for
Because it was out of
literally
network,
like a
right?
5-minute visit. It sucks so much. There's this
Yeah.
huge barrier to entry in any type of healthcare that we have, but mental health is like the worst that we have in the US. It sucks. I think we have the worst of all worlds in our healthcare system in the US. We're paying more than so many people, and yet we get so much less. It sucks. It needs to be fixed in some
I
way.
very
but
much
I don't
agree
know
with you,
anyone that's
Gray.
actually pushing for anything except for Bernie Sanders. But even then, it wasn't like a real
Yeah, but
solution
people
that he was
didn't care.
presenting.
Nobody supported Bernie Sanders compared to any of the other election candidates. It wasn't popular. It was popular on the internet, but not popular when it came to people who actually voted. People were much more enticed by, the fiery rhetoric of this candidate, or the other things that candidate said, or I'm so opposed to the fiery rhetoric of that
Bernie won a
candidate.
couple of
It's not-
primaries.
No, it didn't
Hashtag
even
Bernie
came
would have won.
fucking close to actually winning. Not even close.
I don't know
So
about that.
So there was an issue with Bernie where he kind of got blocked by the DNC. That was like there were a bunch of, especially at the time, there were a bunch of people talking about this, where it's very likely he could have possibly won the candidacy, at least not the presidency, but the candidacy, if the DNC hadn't decided to go with a different candidate and fund them instead.
Thank God we only have two choices.
Oh, lovely. But I hear you, Gray. And I agree with everything you're saying. I think there's a big problem with insurance in this country. I have also had my family, they've had a lot of problems with insurance in the past. Losing family members and trying to get those bills covered was especially something a big problem. Because none of it got covered, even though we had coverage. And it needs a fix. But equivocating someone getting denied service for a variety of reasons to a CEO getting murdered, that's where I really have the issue.
So let me use the example of my aunt then. So we have a family history of cancer. She had breast cancer. She tried to get, so her one doctor was saying, you need to get essentially a double mastectomy. She went to her insurance. They denied the claim. So she couldn't get the surgery. She could pay out of pocket to get it. But it's like, she's been paying her whole career to this particular insurance agency. So basically they rejected it. And now she's in stage 4. It sounds like she's not going to be out of this. And a double mastectomy is not going to help her. Literally, that is bringing about her demise because they wouldn't cover something that would have been preventative, but they're not calling it that. So I don't know. Like, I'm not saying she's murdered by them, but
I completely agree. That's fucked up. Like 100%. I'm not defending that. That is messed up. That's part of my problems with the system as it is. It's it's specifically the narrative around that image is one that I can't separate from the image itself. And that's, people are happy that a CEO got killed. They're celebrating that this dude got killed because
they
it's some
feel
sort of
like
revenge.
a certain way. Yes, they feel like it's justified due to all of the pain and suffering that the system
As if this
has brought
dude
upon
personally
them.
caused it.
Yes,
It could be a variety of people, or an AI, sadly, that could have denied those claims. And I'm very sorry that your aunt went through that, and that she's probably not going to live through it. I wish it would be different. But killing the CEO,
I'm not saying
really
like,
solve
okay,
it.
so we got to kill CEOs because of this, but to say that like no death is on their hand, it's like, well, if you're rejecting claims of something that could be preventative, I mean, it's not murder, but there is a certain amount of
You
responsibility.
didn't try
that
to help.
does fall
You
on
stood
them.
by and idly watched as unjust activities caused deaths, basically.
Yeah, it's
Is
a
there a-
question
And then,
of at what point is it unethical to deny service? That's kind
Yeah,
of where we're
and there's
at.
always going to be that line, and it's going to suck with any of the gray areas based. But
Yeah.
Wallace mentions like, was she covered for that type of treatment? Obviously not. She thought she was. She would have paid for like additional coverage had she known that this isn't going to be covered. But
And
they
of course,
didn't
if you
mean it-
upgrade, it's a pre-existing condition.
yeah. So it's hard to say.
Meanwhile,
Ours is not the best system.
my platform for my joke presidency run is to make it such that all laws and all contracts have to be written in plain language so that anyone signing it can understand what it is they
747.
are signing. And
Boeing.
that kind of issue with people not knowing the depth of their coverage is a big one that I think could, if they changed that, well, it would go a long way toward helping the issue.
Sure.
When
I think that would be great.
Gray,
sure.
when you say our
Sorry, just to
system,
clarify, I'm not saying like the comic is great, and obviously these are both murders. Murder has a legal definition. I don't think what the healthcare company is doing is murder, but their decisions are directly affecting people, especially if it is something that could be preventative.
Without a doubt.
Yeah. I think that the killing of it, the murder of it, isn't going to bring about positive change on the matter, and people actively celebrating the death, and we can talk about whether or not the people that are celebrating the death are of merit, meaning like, is there anyone actually important celebrating it, or is there a significant amount that are, but I can't imagine any degree of celebrating the action as ultimately being helpful toward making positive change in the healthcare arena. So as per usual, I'm frustrated with the event, but I'm more interested and more frustrated by the reaction to the event than the event itself. Does that make sense?
In
Yeah.
a way. So can I ask you one question then? So I guess this would be to BMO and Dorcas. Do you consider like giving the CEOs bonuses based off of like, whatever you want to call it, denial of claims or having a higher percentage? Is that celebrating the deaths of people? Or would that be along the same lines of, I can understand why the guy was in the mentality that he was and thinking that this would be just desserts, but that doesn't exactly mean I'm celebrating it. I can understand it.
A comparison between being happy about the death of someone versus getting more money the more you manage to screw over people and cause them
Was
to
the company not
basically
happy
suffer.
about their bottom line? Like, would that not be also celebrating along those same lines?
They make
But
$33 billion.
I don't think making profits and celebrating are a good, like, anywhere near each other. They could be, but I don't like the fundamental die. I don't know. I'm just uncomfortable.
But they are
with saying,
aiming
oh, I
for
get
it.
more money. I automatically celebrate. Like
But they aren't going, oh no, and they
yeah,
are.
that's obviously the argument about like, yeah, you are doing nothing and you are enjoying the spoils that you get from essentially letting people suffer and sometimes die, and you're getting money from that. But that's not necessarily the same as celebrating. That is profiting from it, yes. But I don't like that jump. Yes, they could be, and they most likely are celebrating, but it's not the same as automatically assuming that.
Their purpose is for preventative care and things like that. So if you took your car, which had issues, to a mechanic, and they decided to not work on your brake line, and a day later you wrap your car around a tree because you have no brakes, is that mechanic responsible for your death?
They played a part, certainly.
Negligence.
All right, so give me the word for that, and that's what I'll say is kind of associated here.
Negligence,
All right,
as
yeah.
Kita said.
So,
although
question.
it would
Voluntarily negligent.
Well, it could have been their angry ex that cut the brake line. You know, that's
No. So you bring a car to the
Yes, I understood the analogy you were making. I was making a stupid joke.
Uh-huh.
So yes,
But
that,
do you see
in
like
that case that would
bonuses to
be
the
negligence.
or
I'm trying to answer your question here.
Okay.
So them getting money for keeping the percentages up that allows them to keep their job, I don't see that as morally equivalent. I don't see it as a celebration of someone's death, because that's not necessarily what they're getting paid to do.
But
They're
when
getting
you're
paid to keep margins up, which some of that involves denial of service.
the purpose of your job is to give people health service or insurance.
So specifically in terms of insurance, it's not giving people preventative care. It's in extreme circumstances providing coverage.
Why should there be incentives on denying people?
The only thing I can think of is because people won't work if they're not paid. Like that's the only thing I can
That's
think
insane.
of.
I have a
I
question.
agree it's insane, but doctors need paid.
I have a question, a legitimate question, because on one hand, I agree with BMO. A company needs to make money in order to continue to run. But what I don't know is, are they, like, is it a one-to-one? Are the CEOs and higher-ups specifically getting bonuses for denying service? Or is it that they denied service and therefore saved money, and then therefore
saving
get the
money
bonus?
specifically, that's what they get the bonus for.
Yeah.
And the main source of saving money is the
hand in hand.
denial of service. That's like the vast 90% of it. So mainly that, but not just that.
And I think what most people have the problem with United is they happen to have the highest denial percentage. It's not like a ton higher
That's
than
what I
everybody
heard.
else, but I think they're in the 30s, where almost everybody else is in like the 20% or something like that. So it's significant. They are a leader in rejection, but I would assume the bonuses are based off of, you know, not paying out. You know, you would have more profit that way.
According to his wife, the CEO had received multiple threats.
I'm not surprised, because if you're the leader of a company, which one could assume that you do have a say on policy, and if the policy is really pissing a bunch of people off, yeah, you're definitely going to get threats.
You are a representative of the company, whether or not you are directly involved. You're a representative, so
That's
it's
true.
like assassinating a world leader for something a general did or something like that. It's like it was under your watch, therefore you did it. It's this transfer of responsibility.
You are partial. What can I say? This is similar to actually the Yugoslavia trials for war crimes, other war things. Sorry to bring that up, but responsibility. It's multi-layered. Did you know about the thing? How much did you know about it? Did you try to stop it? Do you have the power to stop it? You know, did you have spread the word? Were you okay with it? Did you encourage it, etc.? These are all things that have to be taken into account. But what is clear that most of these people are not good people, unfortunately.
California Firefighters Pension Fund initiated a complaint against Mr. Thompson and other executives, accusing them of failing to tell investors about class action lawsuit filed in May of 2024, where he sold $15 million of his group shares, knowing that the company was reportedly facing an antitrust investigation, selling more than $117 million in company stock.
Hey,
The
J-Mac.
lawsuit remains
Hello,
active.
J-Mac.
Hello, J-Mac.
Hi, J-Mac.
Soundboard.
Mr. Mac.
My knee.
And as Mr. Mac has to say, God, I have so much
T.
to say about all of this, but putting it in a super chat won't suffice. All I'll say is two things can be true at once. Our system needs work, and murdering this guy was not a moral act. 100%. I don't think anybody on this panel is saying that the dude should have been murdered.
I think all of us are like murder bad. And that kind
Wow,
of thing.
so controversial and brave today, guys. I think we are
getting
truly the
cancelled.
vanguards of morals over here.
But what I wanted to ask you guys, JMac reminds me, is because Gray, you also said our system. What is it is about your system that you say is bad? Because it seems like the system, the concept of health insurance, is bad no matter where you are. Health insurance, the concept of having a price on human life, it's bad in practice no matter what. There's no way to do it.
Well, and there's always going to be those edge cases too, where you're going to deny coverage, and it's like right on the edge. Even in more, what would you call that? Like universal healthcare systems, there's still people who get denied. Like it really sucks. And there is the whole, I forget what they call it, but essentially like the treatment outweighs the amount that would be. I forget exactly what they put into it, but there's many parents who have had like really sick kids where there is like theoretical treatment, but it seems to be not as efficient as the government would like, so they get denied for the healthcare or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, like it's not worth paying for because it's not a guarantee in any case.
Kitty, I don't know if you knew this, but so I'm going through open enrollment for insurance right now, and I was looking at the details of my insurance coverage from work, and there are literal prices for every body part and like extremity. So if you are estimated to cost more than what it would take to maintain your body, yeah, you're probably going to get denied. This is just a reality.
It's a business. It's a business.
Your age plays into it too.
I'll tell you something even more depressing.
And your sex.
The
all the time.
You can take the materials that make up the human body and basically buy all of them for less than $1.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's like a couple cents worth of gold or something. There's a whole thing on QI of it, but your organs themselves, the organs themselves will be more profitable.
If you want intact organs, yes, and it will also come with the requirement to basically not look at who is giving you them and where they come from.
Guys, I'm nerding out in such a way though, because it actually, these two things are related. These two topics for tonight are related. We're putting.
Yeah, I'm sure she needs some healthcare after that.
Yes, but look at this. We're putting this value. There's intrinsic value in our bodies, right? And she's
darling, I
using
appreciate
it
you
in a certain way. The healthcare is viewing it in a certain way. What does Darling say?
And there's enough bones in your body to build a full skeleton.
What?
Supposedly.
Not all of us.
Not just that. Have you thought about?
I've got a rod.
Did you know that in video games, skeletons automatically know where you are at all times, despite having no eyes, ears, or senses? They can sense the skeleton within you, okay? They want to free their brother within the tomb of flesh.
I love that idea.
But
damn. Sorry, I was just reading J-Mac's comment, that same one. My grandpa got death threats from mob-connected people, and my brothers and I had to be driven to high school by our dad for a time after my grandpa pissed off the truckers union.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's insane.
And
we have kind of an international panel. Do you guys think your system is better than the whole like insurance thing? Charles, you've had to deal with 2 systems. You might have that privilege. Oh, excuse me, 3. I forgot about the Denmarkian one.
What were you doing in Denmark? Your name isn't Mark.
Mark in his den.
He was sampling their world-class butter and ham.
Hydra's too dangerous to be left alive.
I mean, it makes
Item, I'm so glad you're here.
So
yes, tell us, Charles. What's the question? Yeah.
Do you think our insurance system is outdated? I don't know. Do you view it as the worst, or I don't know?
Of the 3 I've experienced, ours has a much higher ceiling, but the floor is lower and there. I would say the UK is the lowest, and
What do you mean
Denmark
by low? As in like the worst, or what do you mean
Lowest
the lowest?
ceiling or lowest floor?
a lower ceiling, the lowest ceiling, and
So
Okay.
like
the
the
floor
best
is
you can
probably the
get, yeah.
highest.
So when you say ceiling, it's the best you
excuse
can
me.
get from them. The best you can get from them.
Yeah, America
is-
has the highest ceiling.
Yeah.
Denmark has the second highest ceiling, and
Okay.
the UK has the third highest.
Mhm.
Floor, America's is the lowest. The
Mm.
UK is the second highest, and Denmark's probably most consistent without being the highest.
It's always the tiny countries.
It's about like time. Like last year, I was supposed to have another piece of my back worked on, but I caught the Roni, and due to the fact
Oh.
that my what do they call it when your body's sick?
It's called having a cold.
No,
Malaise,
your
fatigue.
your ability to fight germs and
Oh, your immune
immune
compromised.
system. My immune system was compromised, so they couldn't open me up, and I haven't rescheduled since. Scheduling things here is a lot more a ridiculous thing than either Denmark or America. Thing about America is if you've got swanky insurance or if you got the money, you can get anything done like tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and can I ask you, so with those systems, so I'm familiar with Canada's. I had a buddy who happened to break his leg while I was going to school up there. He had it set for free, but it was such like a severe fracture that they knew that it would have to be reset. And like the soonest he could get into the actual specialist was like 2.5 months away. So they set his leg and then they had to re-break it to actually fix it months down the line, where they do have kind of a two-tiered system where you can go ahead and get that all covered for free. But if you actually want it fixed right the first time, you kind of go to the specialist where you pay a lot. Is that
Guys,
going on in the UK too?
Answer. I'm not interrupting.
I don't know about like I know they have private healthcare here. I without experience, I can't tell you about that just yet. I do know that no matter what party you're a part of, healthcare is important to these people, and being able to be seen like the NHS is always in the discussion as far as making sure that it's on time, being taken care of, being paid for. The doctors were on strike when I was here last year, and that's kind of scary. Can you imagine doctors being on strike in America? Because I certainly can't.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
And
that's not a fear I ever had.
They get paid far less. They get paid like
I
like
was-
60 grand.
Oh, over here it's even less.
Yeah, and I was in Denmark. The guy who I stayed overnight once in Denmark, and the guy was like in his 20s, and I'm like, "Hi, can you get your father to help me, please?"
Wow.
I don't know. The one experience I had with the Canadian healthcare system is I needed stitches, and they just gave them to me for free. It was awesome, but
Oh,
I don't know.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it's all relative for sure. Like Nico brought up, it's a matter of scale. Denmark can probably do it better because it's small population, more expendable governmental and personal income. Doesn't mean bigger countries like the U.S. aren't trying.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be for financial gain, though.
Speaking, sorry,
Go ahead,
go on.
Dorcas. No, go.
I just want to add in, speaking of financial gain, an element or a topic that is congruent with this or connected to it is the issue of big pharma inflating prices and pushing drugs that you more or less have to be on all the time,
Mhm.
which affects the issue as well. And you can't just go into a doctor's office and say, hey, how much would this medicine cost me? Because they have to
Right.
talk to the insurance first, and that's a big issue. And
try doing that at
as
a
J-Mac
hospital.
right?
Oh,
The clinics are where it's at for that, at least.
And then add on what J-Mac said about our national health. We are an unhealthy nation right now. Anyway, continue, please, Charles. Just know that I'm also thinking of those two things.
I don't know where I left off.
You talked about Denmark and how the ceiling was higher. No,
You spent the night
floor
in
was higher.
Japan.
You spent the night in Mark's
Oh,
den.
it was just their doctors were incredibly young, and
Oh, that's what it was. It's a for-profit. You said that you finished it off by saying that it's a problem when it's for-profit.
In America, my experience in America is, all right, we need to find out if this thing is a thing so that we can figure out the steps. And then usually after that, we need to find out this. There's this, we have to call your insurance thing. Denmark, it was, we got to take x-rays, this, and just to rule this out and to know where we're going forward. That calling the middleman thing, that extra hour and a half to wait on an answer, that's not existent in Denmark. So yes, there's far less people, but the middleman isn't there.
Okay.
But again,
that is part of my criticism of the healthcare system, that the middlemaning, because it's you get an initial price if you don't have insurance, and then you have to call that hospital and say, hey, I don't have insurance, this is way too high. And after a little bit of arguing, you usually get a lower rate, but you have to argue with them about it. Otherwise, you're going to get what the insurance companies are charged, which is here's a high ball, and then the insurance company argues with them down.
Haggling,
Yes.
basically.
Right.
Yeah, the insurance company says, hey, listen, I'm going to be feeding you all of these patients, so, and I'm going to be making sure that they're good for them, they're good for payment, so there's a benefit here, so they land up getting a better rate. That's basically, it's like having a partnership. So yeah,
it's crazy. I don't know if other countries do this, but it's like you'll get a bill from the hospital and it tells you owe like 10 grand or something like that. So you talk to the insurance, they're like, well, we'll cover 2 grand of it. And then it's like, so what happens to the other 8 grand? It's like, oh, they'll just write it off. So exactly. It's really strange. So it's like, if you didn't have the insurance, there isn't somebody to tell them, no, we're not going to give you 10 grand. Instead, you're just now in debt 10 grand to the hospital.
I've been straight up told by financial advisors to not pay any medical bill ever and just let it ride. And that is just crazy to me.
Wow, a financial advisor is saying that.
Yeah, because most of it gets written off. And then when collections comes calling, that'll be for the amount you actually have to pay, which is usually like less than 10%.
Yeah, it's the least amount.
Don't take that advice, by the way.
No, it's just
I am not giving financial advice.
No, it's the industry. What a person.
Too late, already taken.
It's something that people do. It's not advice. It's just an observation.
And then Louise is asking, if you let it ride, though, will you end up with bad credit?
Possibly. I've done that. I've done that. Where
it could affect it if it does go to collections, but a lot of the times they go to, I forget what they call it. It's not retention, but it's a different department that basically will kind of work with you as to getting you a slightly better rate. But it's kind of ridiculous. So their business model is to like charge it 10 times more just in case you'll pay it. And then if you don't, then they'll give you a reasonable price.
Mm-hmm.
This is the just in case you'll pay it, taking a chance in business actually is quite a thing. And yeah, it happens with where the stakes are not as high, where it comes to, oh, you know what? Okay, it starts off with a simple thing like, oh, a subscription. It just comes off a couple dollars a month and you forget about it. Cool. Now they're making a subscription about that. You pay the people to take your subscriptions off anyway. But then there's also the thing of canceling a policy. Having that Bimo, you told us a story about that. My husband was trying to cancel a bank account, okay? And they had him jumping through hoops because it was a credit card. Because don't want the credit card. No, don't want any of it. Don't want the debt. We're done. It's good. It's paid off. There's nothing in there. To cancel that, they had to jump through. They had to phone him at a certain random time.
Mm-hmm.
And if he doesn't answer, they'll give him 2 chances. If he doesn't answer, then they're going to stop the process of cancellation, and he has to go and request cancellation again. So this bureaucracy is used as a weapon in normal business, and then when it comes to health, the stakes are even higher.
That is evil right there. That's like fundamentally, I think that's evil. It's the same thing where it's like you can't cancel your policy on the app. You have to go to the desktop version of an app to cancel your subscription.
It's like a gym membership.
Yeah, exactly. And
you have to pay to register to a site to be able to cancel it through that.
Yeah.
Or they do that weird color trick where yes cancel will be written in
Is
red.
green?
Or
Yeah.
and then green is the no don't cancel, so people
Mhm.
think yeah.
No,
Or
they
vice
really
versa.
do. The people have brought companies into court for that sort of thing. I
Yes,
don't
but
know.
change
But they
won't
still
happen.
do
That's
it.
the issue.
They still
They
do it.
change won't happen, and people don't care as long as they get shouted about that something else is more important. They will let it ride. Unless it personally affects them, then they will care a little bit and then they'll let it go. That's the proof is in the pudding. No election candidate, no actual president has really done anything substantial, long-term thing that would change this. Nothing happened. People do not care and they do not want it to change no matter how much they talk about it. The proof is in the pudding. Basically, they are unable to get anything through, and that is the frustration that pushes people to the extreme, to the point that some of them are just okay with murder because they see that's the only way they can possibly strike back against
It's
the
the same
invisible
justification
oppressor.
for the rioting for Black Lives Matter.
Basically, it's the
to be
same
convinced.
emotional philosophy, but
Yeah.
the difference with Black Lives Matter is it's a lot complicated. It comes from a different philosophical perspective altogether. But also, just quickly to say about while we're on the topic of hospitals and healthcare,
Just said Lily doesn't even have the record.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
even
Yes,
close.
Hadra. Sorry,
just
they've been.
while we are on the topic of hospitals and healthcare, over here it's even worse. Our hospitals don't have soap or hot water because the ruling wannabe dictator and his family stole all of the money for it, basically. So it can always be worse. Be glad that you have people that can perform surgeries and the people that go to the operating table are able to wash their hands. Because over here,
Never
that
thought I had to
isn't
bring
a
my own
thing.
soap to the hospital.
Is
haven't
there
lived
so is there private healthcare there?
There are healthcare is one of those sectors that was basically completely hollowed out for personal benefit by the ruling man and his family. So there is nothing, basically nothing left. And if you talk about it, you get punished, you lose your job, or it's like the hammer comes down really quick. And basically, if anyone points out that they are suffering or there's a problem, they get told that it's the evil woke West that is hurting them. Or if they've followed the 10 Commandments and wouldn't be secretly gay, then they wouldn't have gotten cancer. So just think about it, that it could always be worse. The system could always be more tyrannical. It could always be more corrupt, and your hospitals could be fake entirely. So treasure the little that you have.
For sure.
Dorcas, you haven't spoken in a while.
Oh, I feel like I've been speaking too much this
Say words, statue man.
Bringing up the BLM stuff has me thinking of the Daniel Penny stuff that's happening, which sort of connects to what we're talking about here and the people who are celebrating this. It seems like there are a lot of people in America today that choose to direct their empathy toward the perpetrators of crimes rather than the victims of crimes. And I think that's an issue. But what does the panel think on that topic as it
I don't
pertains to healthcare?
know how it's particularly connected to the story. I don't want to get off the rails because Daniel Penny stuff is very much its own monster.
Very
No, but
much so.
they're connected. Just
you
that
calling him a
if we
monster?
take the issue of
Yes, Daniel Penny is a monster with huge arms, very attractive arms.
People are celebrating
that's always related to Luigi.
the murder here and being very contemptuous of the victim is what I'm getting at here. And
Okay.
Yeah.
I can see the connection now, and specifically regarding the CEO being killed. A lot of the people that I've talked to personally about this, I'm not just talking about people that have been talking on Twitter that I've seen people talk. These are the personal conversations I've had with people where they're happy that the dude is dead because there's two things: he is a rich man, and he is morally repugnant because he's a rich man. And this is usually the people that I've been arguing with recently about this whole thing of it's okay that this guy died because he was a bad person.
If you suffer
I
enough,
think the
you will be
assumption is
okay with it, Bimo. You are right
if I
now in the
suffer enough,
position where you could rationally argue about it and you're fine. But you were put in a system, in a nation, or in a situation where it's just that much suffering over and over and over, and there is nothing you can do. At some point, people will be okay by taking their perceived resistance to the point of murder. And if you were put in that situation, you will be eventually okay with it too, unfortunately. It's a human thing.
yeah, but I mean, I've been on the bad side of insurance too. But I'm not going to try and kill someone.
But it's all that matters is how much pain you went through. Eventually, you will be radicalized and pushed to the extreme enough to do shit like this. It's the same thing as people saying, well, if I grew up in Nazi Germany, I wouldn't be a Nazi. Yes, you would be. If from your childhood, you were brainwashed to be a certain way, you would be. If you went through enough suffering and pain and you could do nothing about it, you would continuously raise your resistance until it would reach basically evil acts that in a vacuum everybody would consider repugnant.
Yeah, I'm of two conflicting thoughts here. I'm encouraged that Americans from both sides of the aisle are actually agreeing on something and think that something needs to be done. However, the fact that someone died for this to happen, or how they died, is really shitty. Like, really, really shitty.
And
Like,
that's okay to say.
Could we have gotten here without this act? Like, why did it take
Where
that?
is here? That's the question.
Well,
I mean,
here is us talking about it, I suppose.
I couldn't tell you between all the things I've seen on the internet if they're right wing, left wing. It's just all these rich people are out of control, and I tend to agree with maybe not rich people in general, but it is a little out of hand.
Some people go hog when they have control over so many people and so much profit incentive to do the wrong thing, basically.
This reminds me of the guy that went down in the submarine and died, with his son and all of that. People laughed at that and enjoyed that because he was rich.
Well, it wasn't really a submarine. It was a submersible. It was a 10K.
Yeah.
With an Xbox controller.
Yeah, and the arrogance.
Cheaper than that, thank you.
Well, I think the thing that fascinated me the most about it was the guy's arrogance. The fact that he was, but for other people, which is like, oh, he's a billionaire, or whatever, ha ha ha. And the other people that died were also rich people, and they were like, I don't care. And it's like, no, let's think about the ego that drove people all the way under the sea to a point where they.
The level 1000 irony of having arrogance with your money to go to the Titanic is just.
It's like
something that is
simulation
shittily
is winking
designed.
at us, isn't it? Yeah.
I mean, it's
you're
kind of
tempting
awesome, though. You're becoming a part of history.
Sorry,
in the future, people will use submersibles to come see his submersible. Like, he's becoming part of history. He is now part of the attraction. Oh, MSK's here.
But rich people doing these things, does that not drive innovation? Does it, like, only rich people had cars and now everyone has cars?
Other things drive innovation. This little tin can did not drive innovation specifically.
Just to bring it back to the CEO being murdered, I don't think that's going to drive policy or innovation. I think if anything, it's going to stunt policy and innovation.
You know, if Trump is the populist he presents himself to be, he could jump on the discourse right now and say, we need to rehaul the way healthcare is done. I just said if. I said if.
Hey, I would love it if he took a reformist option towards healthcare. It's just not going to happen.
Not going to happen because he already has all of the narrative that he wants. He already taking on any more points at this point would only potentially lose him support, not gain any. So he won't do it.
And to get back to what we said somewhere around the start of the thing is most people who voted this election, healthcare was not their top concern.
No, it's always getting crushed by immigration and the economy. It doesn't even make it to the top 10.
Immigration, where we only care about it during election year.
So Wallace is talking about he removed the healthcare mandate. What is the healthcare mandate?
That your job is forced to give you health care if you work a certain amount of hours.
Okay.
The-
Yeah, okay.
I said if.
I'm
I
not gonna.
simply said if because he claims to be a populist. That's all.
No,
I'm
it's
not-
just an
I'm
Hydra's just
enthusiastic
Hydra's just like there is no possibility, okay? You cannot even bring up the possibility because it cannot happen, okay? Okay.
No. You can bring up the possibility. I'm just very
Which is what he did.
pessimistic that it won't. Nothing will be done because it's not worth it for the people that could do it to do the thing. So they won't.
Well,
Also,
I mean, before we were very at, I don't know, at odds, as Charles was pointing out, like it does seem to be somewhat unified that everybody is saying like, yeah, this is kind of messed
That
up.
there is a
It's
problem,
not a
yeah.
great system.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
that happened before, and that in itself is not enough to bring change.
be an optimist, damn it.
But if you think about
Nope.
Americans, I don't know of a single person who hasn't dealt with themselves or is related to someone or knows someone who's had some sort of issue with healthcare that it's like
Yeah.
caused them more stress and trauma than was even needed. So like this is something that I think, again, the act, awful, terrible, bullshit. But to open people's eyes to like, oh yeah, things are kind of fucked up. The fact that everyone's finally having some version of this conversation, however distasteful in some matters, is somewhat encouraging.
So
Yeah.
I agree with you. I also agree with Hydra. Change is very rare, and I don't know if we actually have the motivation to actually implement some sort of change. But
Well, with regard,
I feel somewhat optimistic with it. Sorry, go right ahead, Dorcas.
I do too. With regard to change, as sort of a microcosm of other issues in America, there seems to be a big divide on the healthcare issue, as far as whether or not it should be a privatized system or a federal government-run thing. And there's a lot of gridlock right now, I think, between those two ideas, and the gridlock itself is preventing things from improving. If we could be more unified and come to a decision whether or not we want what kind of safety net we would want, or whether or not we would want it to be entirely privatized or just completely barred from being privatized.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Sorry, Dorcas.
No, go on. I was just gonna complain.
Oh, please go ahead.
But I put the topic out for the panel.
Can you imagine if shareholders and bonuses were tied to customer
Satisfaction?
appreciation? Yeah,
Your
satisfaction.
Trustpilot score, your Yelp score.
Yeah. Do you think
Impossible.
how quickly do you think things would shift if their bonuses or their finances were tied directly to how people grade them?
I would love that idea. The problem that I'm having in my head right now is, okay, so customer satisfaction, absolutely important in almost every industry where customers are involved. It's very important. But when you come into medical care, you have a limited pool of funds for everyone that's paying into it that you then have to divvy out to everyone, and no one's going to be ultimately satisfied. It's just the way it's built.
But that's the way with everything, though. Like,
Yeah, I'm saying it would need to be literally broken down, obliterated, and started with a completely different idea that would probably need like multiple government subsidies in order to actually exist. And then government subsidies would cause its own issue. This is not a black and white issue, as I'm trying to say.
no, like
Yeah.
the idea
gray,
is
basically.
not level one, just flipping upside down. We fixed it. This is like 15 steps down the road that we get to that as an idea. But, just a step in that direction, people could at least
Charles
be
is
encouraged.
proposing that we try to start to do something, maybe.
Sure.
Basically.
Just like work.
Well, that's what I was
A
going
little
to
bit more.
ask. I was like, this is great, but what is the solution? Like, I don't. When it comes to getting national healthcare, just
The
Yeah.
relying
thing-
on national healthcare.
The thing
I
that
cannot
always
agree with you.
happens with
Problems.
America.
It's always a trade-off.
The thing that always happens with America is, I have an idea to fix this, and it's just like, we're not going to get there, so let's just not talk about it. And
No,
then
no,
things
no,
just
of
go back
course.
to, no, I know you're not
Mm.
saying that, but it just seems like every time there's some sort of, oh, things suck. How do we fix this? We can never do that overnight. Okay, who's saying overnight? Let's at least try.
Now, that's not what I
Yeah.
was saying. I know you might not
know.
have been implying
I
that,
know.
but it's just that all I'm saying is it's not a black and white. It's a very complicated issue.
It is.
Sure.
And
Sure.
if we were to try and fix that one thing, it might bring the entire thing down. That's why I'm trying to think about how would we be able to make the customer satisfaction being linked to how people are paid with bonuses. How would we make that
Beyond
actually
just
work?
that, so if we were to like nationalize it, okay, so what happens to all insurance companies? What happens to everybody who's working under that? Like, does that just poof and it's gone?
Get hired by the government or get lost?
Yeah, essentially. So that seems weird, but there are incremental things that we could do that would make it a lot better. I know it was brought up in chat, but like transparency on what things cost. That's
Yes.
a huge thing that could really make it easier. But also William in the chat brought up that like the US seems to be at the forefront of a lot of certain types of treatment. It seems to be drugs, essentially. Like if you want to get a
Yes.
drug to market, it has to be through the US, which
If you
is
think the US is
weird.
leading in medical innovation, you are wrong.
But drugs.
With
When's
drugs.
the last drug that came out of another country? Sadly,
Fentanyl.
we seem to be the ones real. Fair enough. I think it might have been invented here, perfected there.
What about meth?
Yeah, good point. I don't know exactly where
It came
was
out of World War
perfected,
II
but,
Germany, so
yeah, I was going to say the Germans, I think they put a lot of research into that.
basically their entire army was on it. But yeah.
Based.
Fun fact, that's why it's illegal mainly to, if you ever purchase an authentic World War II ration, doesn't matter from which side of the conflict, German, Italian, Hungarian, Finnish, any minor Axis nation or Axis aligned nation, in the chocolate or in the coffee, there might be some pervitin or meth. So that's why it's semi-illegal, and don't do that.
Pervitin. Holy
Yes.
crap, that's going way back.
So yummy.
Tank
But
drivers
yeah,
and Pervitin.
So I guess unless anyone wants to keep going on this part of it, so can you see where like you could understand the frustration that somebody like Luigi Manglione has in
If
this?
that is his
obviously
real name.
we're not condoning his
No.
action, but
No.
I can understand the frustration. I can see that comic and see why people are having those thoughts without condoning, like, yes, all murder is great. It's, hey, I don't like what the CEO and this company is doing with all these rejections. I also don't like that this guy got shot. I don't know. I guess that's where I'm at. I think you should be able to make a political cartoon, and it's not saying, hey, I think this guy should be killed.
I think it's interesting how people, especially with like nuance in cartoons and jokes, how it seems to differentiate.
Mhm.
Well, it's really easy to take a political cartoon and say this is exactly what this is about. There's nothing else to it.
I think going back, what I would like to go back to is the understanding why someone does something is entirely separate from condoning the action. Yeah.
All said.
The problem
Galante.
with that is
We miss you, Galante.
I am not saying anyone on the panel is condoning the action, but man, the people I've been talking to for sure
Mhm.
are.
But yeah, people are really flamboyant and tough behind a keyboard. That's something I've noticed.
It's not just, I'm not just talking about like people I've talked to in message boards or chat rooms. I'm talking about people in real life. Like the day after it happened, I went to work and it's like, man, I'm so glad that they killed that CEO. Maybe now we'll get some actual healthcare. I'm like, excuse me? And that was my
Wow.
boss.
Wow. Okay.
I have
I
nothing for that.
I got nothing.
It's
You,
it's the same logic I've heard, or I had heard when the George Floyd situation was going on. Oh, that happened, and now we're all standing up. Maybe now they can get some too. Like that's what I'm seeing with a lot of these responses.
All the
It's-
George Floydses?
Well, what happened during that time? I was living with a guy who was mixed and another black guy, and they both were like, "Yeah, so step off, Whitey. We're gonna stomp on you." Was the whole narrative in the house for like a month.
Wow. Okay. Good times.
BMO works for AOC. No, I do not.
Not yet.
Not yet.
That's what he would say if he was working for her.
Well, this just made the reason that we wanted to talk about this was so that we could say when does this become reasonable? Oh, when do you condone it? When can you condone it? There's a line for people where they're like, you know what? Yeah.
So what I've heard is Luigi had surgery and was in like rotten shape for the last couple of months. I would.
He looked in good shape to me.
Shit, I'll fuck him.
Wow.
I would assume that his coverage was with
Got good limbo rings.
Yeah, I would assume that would be kind of really shitty if it was in the wrong one.
If he just chose a random CEO, like this guy will do. I'm assuming it was from them, and I'm assuming that, but yeah, I don't know. I also haven't read his manifesto. That some of it
it's
is
short.
unpublished.
It's
did,
only like 3 pages long.
The manifesto actually people are saying is the reason why this guy's suspected of being a plant for some reason.
Why?
Now I've talked to people actually about this as well, where they think that this dude is not the person that killed the CEO, but is in fact a plant that was picked up by the feds. Because the first line in that manifesto is talking about how much he appreciates the feds and what they do.
Yeah, but wasn't there also something about how they only they didn't publish the full manifesto, just selectively quoted the parts of it? That's pretty fucking sus, let me tell you. If you're gonna point out, look at this code, look at that code, but also you can't look at the full thing. I mean, like, okay, then I'm just not going to take it seriously because clearly you only show me what you want me to see. So fuck you, show me the whole thing or nothing. Get lost.
I agree. But I don't think this guy's a plant. I would need more evidence. But man, have there been some funny theories on like, oh, well, he only did this at this time, and this stands for this one obscure factoid about political revolutions. It's like there's a bunch of weird, like, big braining going on right now.
Somebody jumped to the conclusion that the way that it was worded was assuming that Luigi wasn't going to finish with just one.
Sure.
And that's why he had the stuff still on him that he was going to
Okay,
continue.
so there you go. Lucy was like, why didn't he throw the gun? It's like, well, he wasn't done.
Can I just say that this should better raise the stock of 3D printed guns?
Hi, Swamp Noodle. You got attention.
Swamp Noodle.
Hey, Swamp Noodle. ZA, is that Zimbabwe?
No, it's South Africa.
Virginia.
It's Virginia, yes.
It's South Africa.
Zanzania.
It's South Africa. Okay, if you look up the currency, it's ZAR.
No, New Zealand.
I don't know. I don't make the rules. But yeah, if you see a ZA, this is what gamers do with their tags. They put ZA at the end.
Kita, we elected you queen. I'm pretty sure you do make the rules.
I make the rules. Well, I've decided that ZA is South Africa, and you guys have to deal with it.
Wizard knows what's up. It takes so long to get a 3D printed gun made, and then they only work twice. So it's like it had to have been made and then thrown away, and then a refined version made and then thrown away because it only worked a couple times.
That is
plus
the
it's
rule.
in New York, so
that is the rule. Item is correct. If you don't play Monster Hunter, no coverage. That's it.
But Monster Hunter fans can't read.
They can't read?
Yeah, Alatreon proved it.
Why?
Because so many people were going for raw damage and refused to pick up an elemental weapon, even though that was the way to
Is that a thing?
beat
Oh
them.
my gosh,
Yes.
I had no way. Okay.
Have you not heard of the Alatreon filter? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Sorry,
oh my
we've
gosh,
gone completely off track now.
Yeah, thanks, Item. That's why Kitty said it out loud for the Monster Hunter fans. No, really. Speaking of, listen, if you're still there, Swamp Noodle, can you tell us about our South African? I don't have it anymore. South African health insurance. you basically, I think Charles's discussion of the ceiling and the floor is actually it's quite useful because
Yeah.
I will keep going.
there is, yeah.
I'll try France next.
Charles reviews medical care around the
I went
world.
to 5 different countries to try their healthcare.
Follow for more. Oh my God, please, you could. Somebody's
quite
doing
the
it.
Trump
Somebody is
impression.
doing it.
That was content creator voice.
I will go to multiple countries.
No, Trump would
Brother,
say,
I'm
I know all of the medical care. I'm the best on
I
the
will
planet.
buy
I'm
the best healthcare."
best. I know the most about medical care on the entire planet. That's what Trump would say. He's
I
the
get
knowing
healthcare
king.
from multiple countries because they love me so much.
This is the guy who says he knows the most about logistics, he knows the most about warfare, he knows the most about diplomacy, he knows the most about
It's got concepts
infrastructure
to
than
think
anyone else on the planet, okay? Why would he not say that he also knows the most about healthcare, more than
Yeah, of
anyone else
course.
on the planet? He already said that about 20 different things.
It's almost as if you know the guy. That's the reason to vote for him.
The knowing king. He knows
Yeah,
all, the almighty.
He knows. He knows.
He
But-
knows all.
What were we talking about?
So they
Fuck.
brought up the fact that he's 26, and that's the
Yeah.
age that people are no longer under their parents' coverage. And there's a couple of gaps there that can lead people to kind of connect the dots and understand what got him angry. And apparently he was all over a lot of Reddit boards and expressing his
This taste.
frustration.
He was a Unabomber fan.
Yeah, you know what? What is more abhorrent? People who fell in love with Ted Bundy or Luigi?
Oh,
I thought you were going to bring up
Ted Bundy.
Kaczynski.
Well,
but-
Bundy's kind of hot though.
But
No,
apparently
so
so
is
is Luigi.
Luigi.
Kitte, answer for the women.
Lucy and I have both answered. He is good looking, and it's annoying when that happens. You know, it's
Is
just
he
like, what,
though?
why you-
Annoying when that
You could
happens.
fix them.
I don't get it. I look at that nose and it's like it looks like his nose
What
just
is
takes
wrong-
up the entire
Why are you
screen
looking at his nose? Have you seen the
Because
abs?
First thing I
Roman,
see.
I suppose. I can't judge anyone's nose, so it doesn't really make sense.
Your nose is smaller than his.
Yeah,
Like,
I should hope so, because I am smaller than
see
him.
his mugshot, and all I see is the nose and the nostrils staring at me.
Do you know what a nose does during cunnilingus?
It
Stop.
wiggles.
I guess it
Oh,
depends on the nose.
I'm sorry.
but,
It squishes.
I was about to learn some secret knowledge, and Hydra was
Oh,
like,
Secret
"No,
knowledge.
You use it.
secret
Sorry.
text."
So I'll try to
Only
make sure,
the initiated may know that demo.
Tell us, Joel,
Stay
tell
out.
us.
Mm-mm.
I'll try to make sure Destiny says it next time, and then I'll have Hydra read it for you.
Nice.
Yeah,
That would help.
Hydra.
I mean, there's a reason why someone is called a brown noser. I understand.
Oh,
I think that's a
No.
little different. I mean, maybe
wrap it like
you
a
know,
credit card.
Gen Z or something.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So, I
Yeah.
I had a place I was going to this, but now I've lost my train of thought. I'm derailed. I apologize.
So while your tongue is doing one thing, your nose can be doing another.
Yes, I get it. The
Patrick.
Gucci
Ah.
Gucci goo. I understand.
Patrick says it smells.
Unfortunately.
Oh no, guys! I suppose we're moving out of this topic, but I did.
We don't have
want
to. I'm sorry.
We've moved perfectly over into
Yes,
The
we
other
already
topic, yes.
finished
I guess
it.
we are.
Yeah,
We're kind of
I wanted-
transitioning to the other one,
We've
but can I
transitioned.
ask?
I
slowly?
can't take the tone back. I can't.
like gray speed.
So does Luigi seem? I don't know. I guess a little bit cuter in the fact that you know he's pictured with that Lion King Happy Meal. I don't think anyone's ever seen Bundy with a Happy Meal, let alone a Lion King live action one. I don't know. It's a different type of attraction, I would say, to both of those guys. But you know, Bundy's known for being a charmer. He actually like kind of worked his way in on people.
His Happy Meal was something different.
Yeah, but then people knew what he did and were attracted to him. For
Yes.
it. Wow.
A lot of people have fetishes or just simply a romantic love for people who are evil or confident because they
Nico-
desire those traits. That's what they find attractive.
Nico says we must look at, what is it called?
Hybristophilia?
Hybristophilia. Which makes
Women
me
are crazy.
Henry
They're all
Cavill is
crazy.
a happy meal. Yeah, I know what you're saying. If Henry Cavill, never mind. So hybristophilia
Wow.
is paraphilia where people are sexually attracted to criminals who have committed violent crimes.
Yes,
Yeah,
because it wouldn't
no.
happen to me.
And that's the thing. Another thing is people people think that why are there double Dorcases?
There's none.
He's probably getting back
Hello?
on his PC.
Hello.
Wow.
there he
Back
is.
on my PC.
Oh.
Continue. Don't let me
Nice.
disturb.
So no, I was gonna say people think that because women are into true crime, that's what they're interested in. It's like, no, that's not it. We're fascinated by the motives and how somebody can get to
You
that.
are not speaking for most women right now, Kitty. You're speaking for those that have brain thoughts after looking at wow, powerful evil dude. Okay? A lot of brain waves stop right after there, unfortunately.
We could change him.
Good cover up. I'm not. We can't change
Cover
it.
up.
I'm not lying.
She's lying, lol. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Listen,
okay.
there are. You can take this to different levels. It's a spectrum, like most things are in your life. Some people just like
Lucy, you're not
confidence,
helping.
no
Okay.
matter where it comes from. Others go further. Some people like action, hatred, violence, etc. Some people are fascinated by depths of character and the choices that people are making. There are differences, okay?
Nah, no difference.
So the word of the day from this has been hybristophilia,
Cunnilingus.
but
Oh,
Wait,
no,
isn't
no,
that a
no.
transition to the word of the
Ye-
day from Bima?
yes,
Oh my gosh,
Urban
we're actually
Dictionary
doing this.
word of the day. with
Okay, I'll give you a
Emo.
link.
Hydra's got to do the reading.
Uh-huh.
JJ tweet?
Oh, it's
Um,
I'm called upon. Hold on.
Wallace, what is the JJ tweet you were talking about?
So there is a wonderful term that Gen Z has come up with.
Awesome.
And it's to refer to people who are gorgeous and beautiful in all the right ways, but might be a little older. And that is called hag maxing.
We've done this.
Oh,
we
it's
haven't.
this thing over again.
Okay,
We
yeah,
talked
but
about hag
no,
maxing?
Yeah, that was.
we have spoken about it. But
Oh my
but-
gosh, I have
There
short
was a whole episode.
And the substance
Bimo is
Hag's
confirming
No,
to
we
be
didn't
secretly
get
a goldfish. A reveal! Oh my god, the mystery of the ages unraveled before our eyes.
Yeah,
Holy
fuck this
moly.
segment. Let's just move on.
No, we have
He's
to have
trying to cover it up.
No, we have to have the formal what's the name, reading of it. So
Okay.
we're doing
I
it.
guess
It's
I'll
just
share my screen.
and I will say that we put hag maxing in the the stream title and everything, but we got like maybe 5 minutes of discussing it. So
Well, it
Doesn't
introduced me to this concept, and it really pissed me off. So, but I don't know. I only know it because we covered the thing.
There it is.
okay, so Hydra.
Here, let me zoom in a little bit so it's a little easier.
Yeah, I got a full screen too. Hold on. Okay. Should I start?
hag
Yes.
maxing.
All right. Hag maxing. When you date someone that has a higher age gap compared to you, it's now a popular slang spreading on X, formerly Twitter. It will never escape that. It will forever be X, formerly Twitter. It will never escape that pitfall. Dude one, I'm meeting this girl tonight on a date. She's so pretty. Dude two, is it that celebrity who is single? Dude one, yes. Dude two, I heard that she's 37. When you're 27, it will be called hag maxing by alongside 2 June the 2nd, 2024.
Alongside 2. I have
59
notes.
up dudes and
I hate the
13
internet.
down dudes.
I have notes. Okay.
Oh,
that has a higher age gap compared to you. No, there's no such thing as a higher age gap. A
There's
higher
just
age.
the age gap.
Yes.
Can I just like so
This is the worst dictionary ever. I'm
if-
very
if
This is a
Charles-
shit article. I'm sorry. This needs to be rewritten
so
completely.
hag maxing, if I were to apply it to real life, is if Charles and Hydra started dating.
You bite your tongue, sir.
How old is Charles? Wait, I don't remember that. Did you talk about that? Is it
No.
really that big of
He's
an
in
age
his
gap?
prime.
He's in his
Emo just-
prime.
He won't decided to throw me under the bus.
Well, I was gonna bring up Kitty, and I thought it would be funnier to bring you up.
I am the oldest.
No,
here.
yeah.
Oh, so he is too much of a coward to ask the
No, I'm the
resident
oldest here.
woman her age, so he started with the dude. Okay, I understand completely. Yeah.
But
I mean,
there's
you're both. There's still a pretty big age gap between Hydra and Kitty, though. So
Wow.
I'm 33.
Yeah.
So a
Chungus
woman that
age
is
gap over there.
in her 30s is a hag.
apparently,
Wow,
the age of
that is
30
such a
is
bullshit
Can't
thing
get
to say,
behind
by the
this.
way.
By this
Well-
logic,
It is not an insult, Patrick. It's actually a compliment.
Oh, is it?
No,
It's
being
it-
called a
it's not
hag
the-
is not a compliment. I'm sorry. Like,
Who
this is just
decided
a-
that 30 years old is a hag? They need to be
Uh,
this is
different.
the proper
Because they're
usage
older
of
than
it.
you.
Screw this.
Yeah, it's
Because
not
they're older than
the
you.
age of the woman; it's the age of the man, and whether
Yeah.
or not the man is younger.
Yeah, if the man is younger, the older
is
woman
amazing.
is a hag. That's the thing. It's
Okay,
because
so then
she's-
what's a cougar?
Or a
yo,
MILF.
That's
50
an old
plus.
lady.
that's an
I
old
don't think
term.
it
We don't
is.
use that anymore.
I understand the cougar and the MILF. What I don't understand is the hag, because you're supposed to make this more positive. Why not call it MILF maxing? It's even rhymes, okay? You can make alliterations, beautiful little sayings.
MILF is a mom.
Instead of hag maxing.
Which arguably does make someone more attractive, but that's a different conversation.
Okay, but does calling somebody a hag make them more attractive? Like, I think
I
that
know.
lessens. I mean,
So,
well,
I'd
the
rather
age
not
of-
be called either, but call me a MILF instead of a hag. I
Well, I
guess.
think it goes like
Lucy's
hag,
well-versed.
then I think it goes like hag is
I
the
love
younger of the spectrum here. So we go hag, then we get into cougar, is what I'm thinking.
Hags don't have kids. All right, so
A hag is a witch. A hag is a witch, says Swamp Noodle. So
Yes, a hag is a witch.
okay.
oh, so I
it
would
makes-
be a hag.
Swamp
Yeah,
witch.
so I guess that was an accurate assumption, or a
Hmm.
emo. Yes, that I didn't know what the word meant. So now that I do,
Okay,
yeah,
so that's it.
There you go.
That's good as well, darling. I love
everything's
that.
everything's maxing, trans
Yes.
maxing, hag maxing.
Yeah,
Yes.
everything is maxing, yes, because of just the slang that's out there at the moment. But
Kids are dumb.
the thing, but the thing that the maxing part does have something about it, because if we go to the shoe on head video, she's not a hag because she has children. She has a child.
Yeah,
But
she's just
could have
weird.
been a hag.
So
but-
can I ask, would it be less offensive if it's like spinster or spinster maxing? Because it's like
Offensive.
I'm
I
polycule
just think
maxing.
hag is wrong. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but it's like, you know who I'm
Yeah.
attracted to? Hags.
Well,
Right
yeah.
now we're
I don't-
thinkers maxing.
Yeah, I heard the substance referred to as hagsploitation.
Hagsploitation.
No.
I
I'm
love
telling you what I heard.
Cronenberg
Gray.
Barbie. You're wrong. It is Cronenberg Barbie. It's amazing. It's body horror. It's great.
I certainly agree with you,
Hydra,
but
could you read this one?
Aw, why can't we just have love maxing?
Okay, hold on. Let me full screen.
This is-
Hag
this is-
maxing. When you're older and all the anime boys that you like stay the same and you become an old hag and you start gooning while hag maxing. Oh,
Shall
we do it
wow.
again?
Man, I'm so old now. I'll
No,
be hag
that is-
maxing tomorrow if the anime
Look at
boys
those-
keep staying young like this. You cannot use the word itself in the definition of the word, by the way. Fuck you. You are a stupid retard if you do that. What? Imagine if I just say, like, I don't know, I'm just gonna make up like a word like gothically, and I'm gonna say, what does it mean to be gothically? Well, gothically means when you behave in a gothically way. Thank you, I defined it. Congratulations.
Can you?
Wow, amazing.
I just need you to say
makes sense
gothically
now.
like 5 different times in your Transylvanian accent. So I didn't even know what
Why
word
is
you
this
were
allowed?
saying.
At
For a
least it
moment.
has 34 downloads.
Say belly for me.
No.
Okay, so who's buying the hag maxing mug?
Yeah, I see. It's
go.
the local website is very clearly as a promotional agenda and wants to sell you something.
You've got the maxing part is if we refer to the shoe on head dictionary, which is better than this cuck. The cuck is in shit. The he has to just guys, you have to start using the word cuck, K-A-K. It's so good. It's just such a good.
Do me a favor and hold that up so I can see your cock.
I love that one. That's a good one.
So the point is the maxing part is it's a young guy also not taking advantage, but having benefiting from being with an older woman who has been career focused. So she doesn't have children, she doesn't have a husband, she's just single and feminist, but also pretty hot and also has money. So what they do is they basically become it's their sugar mommy. So that's the maxing part. She has money. Yes, she has money. Laughs in Afrikaans. You guys are so silent. Are you so upset? What? That is
No,
what,
they're fine.
what it is. That's what the maxing part is.
Just upset about the hag thing. No, it is the wrong word.
He's still seething. He's seeth maxing.
Yes, it is derogatory.
Can you not express what you want without using the word maxing? Everything is
just
maxing something.
Listen.
You're
I'm not seething. I'm just disappointed.
out the explanations.
Disappointment, guys. I'm sorry. I've used. It is. It's fun to make maxing jokes.
Yes, it is.
I decided yesterday I used the word Riz, and
Riz maxing.
And I think.
Who do you think you are, MSK?
I think it's gone past irony now. It's normal now. Yeah.
Now we
So-
get to become post-ironic. That's when it becomes.
Now we can
really
talk
funny.
about the woman that was sex maxing the other day.
Let's
She
let
rizzed
us
up quite
go
a
to
few.
yes, rizzed up. We got some great replies to the what's her name? Her video, where somebody said her eyes are red for a
Yes,
different reason.
yeah.
I'll find it.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Well,
Sure.
possibly. She did. Possibly there were substances used to help with her disassociation during the process. So I'm pretty sure we're going to watch the video, but she says she doesn't remember most of it. So yeah, it could be with help of other things, or
That's
it could just be
awesome.
very traumatic.
She gave people pink eye.
Possibly.
I mean,
Okay, I'm seeing the nose.
when you're doing the eyelashes have a purpose, and it's to keep your eyes from getting affected by certain substances.
Oh, hold on. Okay, you need to Twitter interface. What hell is you?
Was that English?
Indeed.
No. Okay.
Was that
yeah.
Afrikaans?
No, it was not.
No, what hell is you? What is there not to understand?
was
I
just bad
perfectly
English.
understood that. It's kitty speak. What do you mean? Do you not understand?
I used to speak LOL speak, guys. That is peak 2000s. Okay. This is one video we will go on. I'm surprised your eyes aren't glued shut. So maybe should I go to the first video, my first exposure of this? Sorry.
I was going to say, is this one of the lovely gentlemen who were involved in this?
No.
I've only
not.
seen this video of her.
Okay, so there's this one. This is the one that's most people have seen it.
So
What?
I was
Yes.
pleasantly surprised that she's European. I just assumed American from
You
trying to
assume
set
that
this-
only an American would be dumb enough to do
Yeah.
this. No, you are wrong.
So let's see.
I did not expect the accent that we're going to get in a second.
Now, question: did that make her more attractive to you? That's the real question.
A little bit.
Okay, good.
Hmm.
Accent maxing.
I'm on the other end of that
Somehow,
here. Sorry.
I think sometimes like feeling so like robotic, like by the 30th, like when we're getting on a bit, I've got like a routine of like how we're gonna do this, and like it just sometimes you'd like
She got in the
disassociate
zone.
and be like, you know, like it's not like normal things at all. In my head right now, I can think of like 5, 6 guys, 10 guys that I remember, and that's it.
That's
Okay,
a pretty
ladies.
big difference. I think I would remember. I don't know. Yeah. What can I say? The difference between remembering 5, 6, or 10 is huge. But yeah, I guess if I met 100 people in a night, would I remember all of
Maybe
them? I
that's a
don't know.
sign that you should stop. But what do I know?
Yeah.
That's the thing. Yeah, thank you, Hydra. It made me so sad to see this. Like,
And she decided to do it again with more
yeah.
men, 10
No,
times
yeah.
as much.
Like,
Dumbass. I'm not sympathetic to you at this point. Why do you do this to yourself? It's like
Yeah.
watching a homeless man hitting himself in the face and again with a bigger hammer. It's like, are you on a substance, good sir? What do you think this is going to accomplish? Why are you doing this to yourself, please?
She got into the state of flow. All right. She knew the routine. She even said that word for word. She got into a routine, and then
She's
she just
not
started
in
doing
the
it.
routine anymore. She can decide to not.
She's
go
not
back in the
anymore,
routine.
which is why she's crying. But she got in that workplace flow. Like, I don't even
And
remember
she
what the next
decided to
hour
do
was
it
like.
again. Why?
I will tell
Because
you
she
why.
probably got a lot of money for this.
This was
Okay.
the test game.
Oh my gosh, Swamp Noodle. Okay, this Swamp
10?
Swamp Noodle.
No,
Oh,
100.
Oh,
100 swamp noodle.
This woman, she's going for she's building up to the record, okay? But she's an OnlyFans lady, and she's going for a record. She went to 100. She got 100 men to have sex with her in 24 hours. So it's the most in 24 hours, 24-hour period. That's the record. So they had to line them up, and yes, it is Whore Magazine.
100% it's for
But this is kind of an interesting glimpse into it, though. So this video exists because there was like a documentarian who was kind of documenting the entire thing,
this
and
is
then
interesting.
kind
Let
of
me film.
talked to her afterwards. And this is kind of the part that kind of blew up and was going kind of crazy on the internet, was her reaction after it, which she then had an announcement yesterday, which seems to kind of go in the face of what she's saying in this minute and 28 seconds. But yeah.
But the big thing people are
She changed
focusing
her
on
mind when she took a look at her bank account.
the big thing people are focusing on right now is the fact that she's forgotten 90 of them.
Yeah.
No, they're not focusing on that.
I've heard a
They're
yes and a no.
Oh yeah.
Well, so her next statement, not to give it away or anything like that, is she says that she had disassociated during this entire experience. I think that's
Which
more
happens when
of
you-
what people are focusing on, is that she appears to have put herself through a bunch of trauma. She did not have a fun time, and yet now she's going to do 10 times as much.
And she's crying.
And she's going to cry even more after that, and then she's
Yeah.
going to do it even
It's-
more. And
it
it's matter of
makes me- it
forever.
makes
Don't do
me
this
feel-
to yourself, by the way. Whoever is watching, I don't care how much money you can get. This is an utter destruction of not only your senses, your morals, your very being.
Can you
but
finish
just to push myself to the limit for money, this will utterly destroy you in the long run. Don't ever do this, okay?
Can you finish the clip? Because
Oh,
lot
there's another one, but yeah. I just want to go and hug my husband right now.
But it's just, I don't know, it's just weird, isn't it? Like, if I didn't have the videos, I wouldn't have known I've done 100.
Kid,
You
so do
know?
I.
But yeah, I think that was kind of the hard part, is like conversing with them, and like when they'd kind of be like, oh, like we've only had 2 minutes or 3 minutes, and you said 5 on the message.
Did someone say that to you?
Yeah, and obviously it just makes it feel so bad.
I do have a question about that. So she said, like, the person who said we were promised. So is somebody like speaking up for the whole group? Like, hey,
So-
we were all saying that. Or
I looked into this.
is it I was promised 5 minutes? I don't know. I'm just wondering, like, did they get like an elected member to come and
There-
bring
yeah.
up
That-
their
that- that- Yeah.
So
Okay,
this
tell
was
us,
an
people.
event. This is an event that was put forward. This is at least what I've heard. None of this is actually public, from what I've seen. At least it's rumor for the most part, but it seems like the 100 people were gathered from the people that pay into her OnlyFans, and there was a whole event that was put towards it. These people literally paid for a certain amount of time, according to the rumor. And that is how this came about. Because otherwise, how do you get 100 men to be at your house and be just waiting in line? Well, you have to set an appointment, I guess.
Bye, Noodle.
That's
Have a good one, Noodle. That is
Are we
rumor
going
mill.
regulation on this? Like, what are the rules? What constitutes, yes, this person has...
Also, Lord Cameron, I was not in
participated?
line. Go fuck yourself.
Jesus. I can go
Anyways, I
fast.
wasn't
taking
expecting you guys to
allocations
be
for the
quiet
1,000.
about this.
Okay,
Why did it have to be so silent after I tell someone to go fuck themselves? Come on.
Yeah, everyone took it very seriously. Gray, you were saying something before.
I have no clue what it was.
Yeah.
It probably wasn't important, but yeah, I don't
That
know.
silence
It
did
just
hurt.
it makes me wonder, like, I don't know what constitutes, like, I guess I want to know, is there somebody like a Guinness World Record official, like, who's making sure, like, okay, no, this guy was in here before, he's just wearing a fake mustache now.
Were they behind a
like,
blast shield?
I would assume that they would come in full blast gear. But like, you know, like what constitutes, okay, this person has been a member of it? Like, is it just penetration or is it completion? Like, I don't understand like what one of the 100 means. I don't know. I guess I would not want to be the Guinness World Record guy who's
Well,
keeping track of all
there
this.
is a woman who broke this record, who set this record in 2004. She
Yep.
did 1,000. Now with the OnlyFans era, I suppose it's much more visceral, in my opinion. I suppose 2004, it was filmed. I'm sure it was a porn star who did it, and the OnlyFans is not porn, so it's fine. It's different. It's different now. So she's done the 100, and there was a lot of hype around it. I think it's more mainstream, it's more mainstream now. That's what makes it quite and people are paying in like through a monthly subscription, and then they want that, number one, as well. They're not doing it for the
So this was
record,
like
they
a
want
fan
her.
perk?
Yeah, they want her.
Like if you're on a certain tier,
That's what I'm hearing from
tier,
people.
yeah.
Yeah, so
people
This
paid to
is
do
so
this.
unhealthy in so many different
OnlyFans,
ways.
yes.
and then
You pay for my service and then you pay for an extra service. Like that's
and now
what
for
the rumor is, at least.
when she goes to 1,000, and I think the same regulation sort of thing, because I remember seeing shorts about this or whatever it was, where they were talking to her. She was proud of herself. I need to find that clip. She was proud of herself. She was like, yeah, and we're going to have this. We're going to do it all legit. We're going to have a timetable, and there's going to be this and that. And she was speaking about it. Of course, she's going to speak about it that way. She's promoting it. It's a service she's giving. She's making herself famous for doing it. And it makes me so sad. Oh, now with the 1,000, what?
Fucking item wizard.
It was filmed, I'm sure. There was a lot of hype around it, more mainstream than before. People are playing World of
And they're
Warcraft. That's funny. No, but with the 1,000, I do know that they are going to have HIV tests and all of that. It's all above board. So
Well, I would hope
then
so.
I'm
They're doing it
sure there's no
responsibly.
harm that can come from it.
there is absolutely
None.
no harm. That's basically what they've assured. And let's finish the clip.
Not bad.
I guess when you've promised something to people who support you, it's kind of hard.
I know I said let's
Mhm.
finish the clip, but people who support you. That is what
Yes.
this is, guys. That's what it's like.
Literally.
Well,
Like, oh, guys, thanks for the super chats. That's this.
Imagine
Yeah,
getting
and-
fucked each time somebody super chats. That would be horrible.
It definitely seems like it's trivializing it to say like, when you promise something to a supporter.
Yeah.
They weren't supporters. They were just
No, they
Um,
supported her OnlyFans.
No, but
Only
that's the thing.
fans were allowed to
explored-
involved in this.
She
no, her
allowed the
personal assistant booked 200 men to account for dropouts.
Oh, so some were just by the wayside. Sorry, you're in line, but no guarantee.
You were an alternate. Yeah.
Sorry, you
turns out
were
we didn't
bumped
need your
from the
services.
list.
Damn it, reserves. So yeah, the fact that she said people support you, and keep that in mind for when we do talk about the 1,000, because I think that's part of it. She promised this. She said she was going to do this, so now she has to live up to it. But I'm like, at what cost? I would rather be wrong about that, be wrong about my ability to be a whore, than prove people right. It's
It's about sending a message.
Look at her crying.
But it's up to you, right? Like when you know.
Yeah.
So people said no. Because people said that in the replies, some said no. This is taken out of context. It's literally because she's got so much cum in her eyes. That's why she's crying.
Have you even processed? Do you think what's happening?
She looks like she's got cleaned up after that. I don't think that's an issue at this point.
Not yet. God, I won't forget this day, Jesus.
Like, that doesn't look like she's just...
I wonder if you'll want to forget this day later. That's the real question.
She doesn't look okay. Don't do this to yourself. She clearly isn't enjoying it. Why are you doing it again? It's not worth it. Please stop.
That's the thing. But people, this also relates to the kind of discourse that is around people like Luigi and all of that sort of stuff, where it's like they made a choice and there's consequences to their actions. She literally fucked around and found out here.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I'm laughing at this, by the way, but at some point you gotta be like, you can't have your cake and eat it too. I'm sorry, it's not possible. I don't care, and this flip-flop thing doesn't help either. Oh my god, I'm gonna do it again, but also it was so bad, I want to do it again, but whatever. And all of the people who are about like, yeah, I know, but there were a bunch of people who were talking about it and saying like, oh, female empowerment, classic talking point, etc., etc. And the only people complain this about are men, because women are finally allowed to do whatever they want. It's not clearly remove the financial incentive and just survey your mind, your health, your physical and your mental state.
But not everyone has the same value system for sex.
Definitely not.
But you see, that's what I thought about this woman, in that maybe she thought she could have that value, that's that kind of value. She could see it as a low value thing, just as the same as serving coffees, right? Same thing. Just handing over
serving coffee, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
she thought she could do that, and then when she did, then she
Turns out
realized
the service industry is harder than most of us thought.
But then she realized she couldn't do it. So what I was saying in the replies and things, because people are like, haha, I don't care about her. Why must I feel sorry for her? I was like, she obviously thought she could do this, and she couldn't.
It sounds to me from what she said about having the discussions, if they were just nameless cocks, it's one thing, but having conversations with them seemed to...
It is the worst part.
Yeah, it seems to have...
Yeah, but that's the thing, though, when it comes to sex, is there are people on both sides of those.
It's personal. It's supposed to be personal, at least in my moral philosophy.
It's impossible for it to not be at least some.
Well, obviously not, because she's now agreed to do 1,000, even though you can see that she's emotionally wrecked from this.
You're thinking about it recreationally. She's thinking about it like business. She's
but
setting records here.
Is that she thought it's a great business opportunity, right? But people go at what cost? And she has made a cost benefits thing, and she's decided that this is worth it. And it
but she decided one way, and then she decided another way. That's what people have a problem with.
Her tears here aren't, I'm not going to do it. It's that, it was exhausting. It's like
it wasn't what she thought.
It wasn't what she thought, but also it's like she is talking as if she's an athlete. She just did a marathon.
Stop doing it then.
Yeah.
Sorry, please, come on. Somebody is not pointing a gun at you, presumably, forcing you to do this. Don't do this to yourself then. If you don't.
Not. Go ahead.
No. Go be.
Yeah, I saw there was a video that they did this. They did that math. Yeah.
Oh no.
Just think, when we go 10 times that's some pretty good distance she's traveling in that next 24 hours.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
is very sore. That is a lot of. That's
It's a lot of
that's gonna
banging.
damage. That's gonna damage you, man. That's
There's-
what do you call it? That's chafing.
I'm conflicted
Maybe.
because there's not that much I can say about this at this point without getting into how I feel about this morally, when obviously she and I do not morally align here. So I can say that she's wrong for doing this, but obviously she's still doing it, and she's
Making
at liberty
her
to do
choice.
so.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously,
not touch her
she's
with a
free to do
25
this if she wants
pole,
to,
but-
but clearly
make-
it's not good for her.
Yeah, it makes me sad
Well-
to see it because I'm like, if she's, I'm like, I imagine that at some point she was like, oh, I don't want to do this, and she couldn't say no because she was like, oh well, I've put so much into this. There's so much expectation, and I have to do it. I have to finish. I've started this, so I have to finish. I can't just say no. And at some point, she had to
Maybe.
do that. That's what I know I'm seeing it with my moral values, but I do see when I see this crying and stuff, it's like I felt like she was going, I thought I could do this. I thought it would be nothing. It was worse than I thought. But clearly she's recovered, and like some have said, maybe
She had a
recovered.
cry and now she's good.
Well, is
Yeah,
this the
I just-
UK version of Hawktua or whatever? Like, so we're talking about her. She blew up on Twitter. Are we talking about like any other OnlyFans models? Is it a price to pay to then leverage it to possibly a much, I don't know, more lucrative career?
I'll be buying all of the Hag Maxing coins.
You're gonna get
When I
rock
just-
food.
Yeah, don't do
I
it.
did to start making this documentary, I wasn't too sure of what to expect. I certainly didn't expect to see Lily so upset at the end of it all.
So that was funny because people were like, you didn't expect to see her upset. That is the thing. That is the discussion that people are having, is that, hold on, she was so excited for this. She was okay with it. This was
And
not
who the fuck is a
fun.
documentarian?
This guy.
When I signed
It's
up
this
for
fella.
this, I didn't know what to expect. I'm sorry.
David Puff.
Well, he seems concerned. He's asking when the last time she ate
No,
was.
because she's
I mean,
she's
come on.
excited. She is acting as if that's her moral standard for sex. It's the same thing as saying, "Hey, I served 100 coffees today at the Starbucks." That's what she thought she was going to feel like, where she could be tired and be like, "Geez, it was 100 people." That's
Do you
it.
think? Do you
I
think
mean, it is a
that the
service
transaction
industry.
for this? Do you think he was involved in the transaction here?
He was filming.
No, you know, he's not supposed
He's
to
not part of
step
the
in. But clearly he is somewhat interfering because he's asking about, you know, her nutrition. Like, when's the last time you ate? What did you have today?
Yeah, there you go.
When was
So
the-
he is interfering more than like a nature photographer is. But
Mhm.
I don't know. She did specifically say that like she disassociated in the last one, which
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a term that most people use unless
That's
they've kind
different.
of gone through
Checked
some
out.
sort of treatment. So perhaps that is a way that she kind of deals with certain things. I know she has a relationship with her mother. Apparently her mother is her,
They're
I
proud.
can't remember if it's manager or
Oh,
Yeah, her manager.
but
Yes.
That's even.
she is
more worse
related to
me.
her career.
That
Um,
is not healthy. It's
a lot of
preferable
people-
avoid things like that.
The people in the comments of these things were saying, "Oh, her parents must be so proud." It's like, actually, they are. The mom. I think, don't know about the dad, but the point is,
Don't think he's in the picture.
but here is this was actually the first clip, because the longer one was the one that really got me.
the last time you ate?
I had I think I had a yam yam, and I think I had
Yam
a
yam?
sandwich.
Charles,
That was
translate.
it.
What's a
And then
yam
the
yam?
rest-
I don't know.
It's not for the weak girls, if I'm honest.
This was the first one I saw,
It's
and
for
this made
7
me sad.
days. It's for the week.
Like, this is what made me sad initially, and then the second one's even worse. The one that we just watched.
It was hard.
I would hope it would be.
Look at that. Yeah, it's very funny. But just look at her
Sorry.
face there.
I don't know if I'd recommend it.
Why not?
I think if you're a different type of girl, it's very like
Oh, her eyes. It hurts me to watch this.
She is clearly not well.
Oh,
it's kind of like being a prostitute in a sense of like
yes, you are being a prostitute.
That's what
It
you
is.
are.
It
I'm sorry.
absolutely
I'm
is.
really
Hey,
sorry
just
to
because
say
the
it,
guys
but
pay to be part of her OnlyFans
Yes.
and then she allows them to experience her doesn't
You-
mean she's a whore.
No, you are performing the oldest profession in the world. Money for the poom poom. That is the situation right here.
blows
I'm sorry.
my mind.
her for
The
sex.
difference, yeah, for me is that she was
But-
okay with that. She was okay
No,
with it,
but it's not
something
money
had
f-
happened
It's
inside
not money
her
for
was like,
that. That's just a supporter perk. You
No.
know, what do you call that? That's
Apparently
the
not,
bonus.
Gray.
Zach's.
I don't think it's associated.
One
with-
calls
with-
it a reach around.
Charles, what are you thinking? You're disturbed in, and I don't know if you're disturbed in the same way as most of us. I don't understand.
We're all different. We all have certain value systems for certain things. And I'd like to hear the rest of what she has to say, to be honest with you.
If anything, I want to see this whole documentary. It is quite fascinating to me.
I think it's
And-
wild that everyone's jumping on this young lady, but the documentarian who capitalized on this is
She
okay.
capitalized on it as well.
Okay, but
People paid to be
Everybody,
jumped
yeah,
on.
Why is-
everybody's whoring.
why is a
Everybody's
documentarian,
whoring.
not getting any of this?
Well, can I ask you a question then, Charles?
No.
Do you hold the okay, well then never mind. Let's hear the lady out. No, but I mean, like, okay. So, are you familiar with the artist Gigi Allen? No. Okay, fair enough. He was a punk rocker. He is known as kind of like the most controversial thing. He often would do a lot of I don't know, would you call it like scat work on stage? So yeah, no, not like the scat man. His performance art
John
involved
McAfee?
it was fecal in nature. So I don't know, it involved him like eating his own shit, throwing it on people, a
Leave
whole
me out
bunch
of
of
this,
things like that.
please. No.
But Todd Phillips, the director of The Joker and The Joker Part 2, Folie à Deux, that guy happened to do a documentary on Gigi Allen. So one of Gigi Allen's like main things was he decided that at the end of this tour, he was going to shoot himself on stage. He did not end up doing it, but there is this whole documentary on him. So is Todd Phillips to blame because this guy, this train wreck that he decided to film has these thoughts and is doing this, so he's documenting it? Is he in charge of that? Or is every nature photographer who sees, like a poor little deer about to be eaten by a lion, are they responsible to then stop it?
No, I don't think it's responsible. Capitalizing on it and emotionally manipulating with your footage is not helping.
Isn't that
from
every
that
nature documentary though? Isn't
Sure.
that emotionally manipulated
Isn't that
and cashing in on the footage? So couldn't you say that about any documentarian?
Remove documentation. Not wrong word. Never mind. Ignore me.
Sure, but we're not talking about nature documentaries.
I don't know,
Well,
man.
in a way.
We're getting closer to it.
It's closest to nature as you can. It's
A manufactured nature documentary where, one person is going to now they're trying to further
So
the species, Charles.
When Planet Earth 2025 comes out, it's going to be at the just forefront of social media talking about it.
Probably not.
All right, so do you see
I don't
where
think so.
this semantics?
I see what you're saying, because this is something that like a lot of people have definitely thoughts about this. So of course it's going to be at the forefront. Also, she's not a bad-looking person that is known for OnlyFans work, so it's an extra thing to add to the pile.
And she's got a lovely accent.
Yes,
That's boring. Hear that every day.
Boring, yeah.
It's
Over
just a
it.
different feeling. I don't know how to explain it. Like,
It's not like just having sex with someone.
yeah, just one in, one out. Like, it feels intense.
Like more intense than you thought.
Past tense or present tense?
Definitely.
How long has she been
When
a
was last?
OnlyFans model?
It's a good question.
She hasn't been alive that
Bimo, you
long.
know her bio.
No, I don't, honestly.
Where is the documentary from Josh Peters?
But
Video creator, co-founder, Goon Squad Productions.
Gooner.
Oh, okay.
Goon
So this-
Squad Productions.
So why Lily
Hey, there
Phillips
it
decided
is.
to sleep 100 without the documentary is now out. Do you guys want to watch it?
Would we get struck for just watching someone else's like?
Probably.
No, we know if we transform.
Yeah.
I don't
And this-
know.
Keep
I don't
putting
know
it
if
on.
I
Can
want
you
to watch.
transform on screen for us?
Yeah, you just need to,
Phrasing.
I'll put on subtitles. I'm good. Let's not. But
How
yeah,
long
let's
is it?
see. Look,
I mean, it's
point is
feature length, sir.
Jesus.
I wonder if it's going to be screened in theaters so that it might get
47
some
minutes.
nomination.
Yeah, it's almost an
It
hour long.
premiered here in the UK.
Okay,
Finally,
you know
we
what?
got something
We
first.
can look at what we can look at is the
47
comments, maybe, and just
If I-
have a little bit of a.
I'm ready for that, and today I'm getting run through by 100 guys.
So my question is,
saying that with your smile on your face.
would this be done without the camera guy there?
I don't
think
believe
so.
he is the reason why it's
No,
happened. I believe
yeah.
he heard that it was happening and then
Yes.
decided to document it. Or
she was doing this as part of her OnlyFans thing. She was doing this, and she was going for she's going for the record. She was on podcasts. She was talking about it. It's like I said, it's like a marathon that she was showing. And she went on like the Fresh and Fit kind of podcast to talk about those things. So, yeah.
She's been in the industry since 18. She's 23 now. It's been 5 years.
Go through the
Oh,
comments.
so you're saying she's old hat.
Okay.
18.
Literally
Oh, yeah.
starting as soon as possible and nothing. Did she do anything else?
So
since
a
then? Or was
sixth
she
of her
just in the
life
industry?
has been spent in the adult
Being ran
entertainment
through.
industry.
Yeah, it's
I
sad.
don't
when
know
you
if
say it
that's
like
quite
that.
as
It's
fair
sad
as
for
you
you.
could be, BMO.
Yeah,
That was only 24 hours. You don't know. Maybe she took a break. That's not years of her life spent being run through, sir.
No, but
I
what Paul's
mean,
saying is that she knows what she's doing. She's fine.
of course she knows what she's doing. Did you see the
After
tears
the-
on her face? And then she
After we
still
go
went
through-
and
But you
wanted to do it
don't
more.
know what she's crying about.
Yeah, like, okay, if
I
I'm
think I have a
done
general
getting banged by
idea.
100 guys, I think I'd
you-
be crying. Just saying.
Fair enough, I guess. Is it you're just like
you know,
master,
haven't you
or-
ever have you ever run a marathon? Have you ever done
Yes.
anything intense? For some
Yes.
reason, sometimes your body just decides to cry after an extremely I don't know what you call that, taxing experience, even if it's not
After we
I
read
don't
the
know if the
comments-
marathon was damaging or anything like on the level of this. Like, I don't think I had psychological problem after it, but man, I was crying, and that's all right for men to cry.
Yes,
Sure.
nicely done, Green. Charles, are you chiding us? Sorry, Dorcas.
All good. After we read through the comments, I have a question for the panel topic.
Oh no.
But Charles, what was Kite going to ask you?
I don't know. I'm not kidding.
What I was asking you is are you judging us for judging her?
A little bit. You're jumping to conclusions. I'm more frustrated that you guys are having all the riffs. That's my job.
Sorry.
Hey,
You're-
listen, the box office is all yours, buddy.
Fair enough.
Stay in your lane, Charles.
I need the receipts from this documentary.
And I do apologize, Charles, even though I know you're joking. When it comes to uncomfortable subjects, the only way that I can get through it is through jokes. Even losing family members and going to their funeral and having to speak, I was making jokes on the stage at the dead person's expense. So
There was a stage at the dead person's
yes,
exhibit?
yes, there was exhibits
I'm-
like it's a museum.
I'm
And here we
curious.
see-
I'm curious if any of the men were interviewed in the documentary.
It's like I only got 5 minutes. This is bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna file a complaint.
5 minutes.
You don't have metric
Only
views
need 3.
and most replayed or anything like that yet.
Exactly. I
Was
don't
it in
know.
Notting Hill? It is. Ah!
Oh.
Humor is the cushion which softens the
I don't
hammer of
know
life.
if
So
he-
true, item wizard. So true. Humor is necessary for the healthy function of the human immune system as a whole. 100%.
Lucy, to
Yeah.
answer your question, I suppose that wouldn't be required because it seems like it's just the 100-man thing for it to count, but
Yeah.
we don't know. I haven't seen the video. I'm not gonna see the video. If they had to come to fruition, it would have been just 2 minutes per.
I'm looking for a record with most 919 men. Is the current
Okay.
record holder Lisa Sparks, an adult film star who bedded 919 men in one day at a sex industry event in Poland back in 2004.
Bedded.
Of course,
Sparks
it's in Poland.
Based.
said had a blast, but was in pain for a week afterwards. That's far away enough for me to go, oh well, she did what she got to do, and they called her a porn star, and that kind of makes it like not okay. It makes it seem natural. But I don't know why this. I think it is just because of the way she looked afterwards.
But
That
you don't
really-
know explicitly why she is going or having those emotions.
Sure.
We
Yeah.
don't.
You're adding your own conclusions based on how
I'm
you
adding my
feel.
own conclusions.
Yeah.
I am.
You can't read her mind.
And for me, I'm okay with how I feel. It's kind of validating for me because I'm
So
like,
you're
yeah,
not going to do 1,000 people this.
No, I'm not
Okay,
going to
so-
do that because
right,
there
we'll-
is.
we'll cancel that
It makes me think that
Dang it.
something intrinsic in the value that you should give to your body, and it does have some sort of you do have to do some sort of dissociation for you to not value that act.
Well, so
That's all I'm saying.
So
Wow.
for a parallel, let's just assume that she doesn't have the same value system for sex that we do.
Okay.
Gray, you've seen over.
I've already
her.
assumed that.
I'm
Gray?
saying I want her to have my system.
Just
I
just
feel
hang on.
like
So you're
her-
saying that she's not French vanilla?
Gray, how many movies have you seen in 2024?
Are we talking cinematic? Yeah. So 100 and I can't remember if it's 41 or 42 right now, but
So
yeah,
you-
almost
you just-
150.
You're just erasing one of those movies.
That's
Yeah,
not what people are
okay.
judging her.
There's a couple of them I could think of erasing. I wouldn't mind completely erasing Argyle from my memory. It's not a great flick.
Darling, just get rid of it.
And this is
No,
another human being,
that's top
Joel.
5.
Another human being on the other end. Like it's
Well,
an
what if
actual
she doesn't
connection
see it that way?
with another individual. That what I think is if she doesn't see it that way, there is something wrong with her brain. That's what I think. I think that she is able to dissociate in a way that it's interesting to me, and I wonder what makes a person able to do that, to remove themselves so far from their body that they can do that.
Astral project. They just wanted to see it in a different angle.
I don't think she's astral projecting, Bima. I could be wrong.
Sorry.
But
I'm not.
I don't
I'm
know,
adding
the one-
nothing to this conversation. I'm just gonna shut up.
The one part that does kind of concern me is like in that interview afterwards, she said like I can only remember 5, 6, maybe 10. It's kind of like disassociating. I don't know. To me, when she says it's kind of like disassociating, that to me means that she's probably experienced some mental health problems in the past. If she has a familiarity with, oh, that was me disassociating. Which leads me to believe that she's not enjoying it.
Sure.
Generally you don't disassociate from a pleasurable experience. But I don't know. Perhaps she does have a different set of morals and does decide that trade-off is worth it.
Yes, I hope so. Yeah, for her.
So I hope she has some medical professionals on hand for the next one.
This is actually also interesting. Sorry, Dorcas, you've been wanting to ask us a question.
So much so, and it's sort of connected to what Zax has brought up. I feel like this topic does kind of beg the question: what if she were a man that had sex with, or that was paid to have sex with 100 women?
Well, I mean, that would be a medical miracle, right?
Let me actually look up that record.
So
I
I've had
guarantee
a
it's not 100.
Yeah, you can't.
I've
you
had-
can't finish at least.
You'd be shooting dust.
Be very difficult, I'm sure. I've had a female friend of mine express it's such that the difference between male and female sexuality is that men like to fuck, women like to be fucked. I can't speak to how accurate that is or not, but
Not
certainly when you think of men, you can imagine sort of that stereotypical Chad alpha type person who brags about all of the hot women he's had sex with. I think Russell Brand has become a lot more conservative in this arena nowadays, but I think it used to be that he was very open in that arena. I don't think it's healthy or good for men to do that. But I also tend to lean much more conservative when it comes to this kind of thing. So then I also think about history. I know that there was a Chinese emperor at some point that had something like more than 100 concubines. I don't remember which one off the top of my head. But just what do you guys think of the male to female thing here?
I mean, it's different for sure. I don't know if it would physically be possible to like reverse it unless you're just talking. I don't know. I guess you'd have to figure out what like the rules are or whatever. But I think we have a difference in possibility, I guess. But I understand what you're saying. I don't necessarily disagree, but hashtag not all or whatever.
Whatever.
I would feel gross if I did 100 women, and I imagine that I could make a joke about how awesome it would be to do that, but I don't think in actuality it would be as awesome as one might imagine.
Fucking 100 people in a day?
Not in a day, just in general.
Oh, in general, there's a different thing. That this is like in a day as well. Like, okay,
you're raising the stakes significantly.
You are. You're.
I mean, there has to be a time limit of some kind on it.
Death by snoo.
Otherwise, where's the stakes?
You can talk about Genghis Khan and all of they banged a lot of chicks. Cool, that's fine. But what I would like to ask you guys is, can you Google? Because maybe my Googling skills are not good enough. I just Googled. I tried to find the record, the Guinness record for the man who's had the most sex with the most women in a 24-hour period. I couldn't find it. It kept giving me, and this is Bing and Google. It kept giving me just the woman doing
it. Says something too, huh?
It does say something like. It says something because nobody is.
They have a considerable advantage in the field,
and they do have a considerable advantage because they literally can. I suppose they are a receptacle. So,
Bimo, you seem to be kind of an expert in the area. You want to try Googling that? I tried to look up yam yam, and I don't know. It didn't turn out too well for me.
All right.
Yam bag?
But I don't know. Does it have to be men with women? Because if you open your options, it seems like you might. I don't know.
We'll have all the categories.
Yeah, why not?
Biggest orgy.
I guess it might be a weird question to ask, but are they one at a time in here, or is this like a group thing? Because it does feel like you could probably pass more people through if it's kind of, a group thing. I don't know.
3 for 1.
Whatever.
What? 3 for 1. All holes.
Yeah, kind of seems like it.
Whatever handicap you need to apply to make it as close to equivalent as possible.
Mm-hmm. So use a handicap to figure it out, is what you're saying.
Sure.
What's the equivalent?
I don't know. That's why I asked.
Mm-hmm.
I'm less focused on the in a day
one
aspect and more on the differences between male and female sexuality area.
I knew Bimo would be the expert on this search. Bimo,
Excellent.
You said you found something?
I found something, but I don't know about its validity. Just give me a second.
Bimo is Jamie. It would
okay, the actual rule for this record was to was for the guy has to finish before the next person
Ugh.
comes in.
No.
Yes, and the headline is: a man made a record of having sex with 57 women in 24 hours and was rushed to the hospital immediately.
For dehydration.
Yeah, it's true.
Dehydration. You're shooting
Yeah.
blanks so much, you're just going to shoot blood eventually.
Oh my god, that is thinking of
Dude,
the handicap.
His ball sack probably looked like a raisin by the end of that.
Yes. And he had to fit because I'm thinking if you took off the requirement to finish, like he finishes at the end or he finishes a couple times, so it's just like you just
The problem with this
a new one, a new one, a new one, a new one. So just one, like literally, you just.
Do you know what vaginas look like, Kitty? Because I don't know.
So there is a problem with this article, though, is that this article does not have any sources and instead uses quote media reports and then offers no links. So that's one article I found talking about it. A guy from the Czech Republic.
I'm not sure if the finishing is required, but even then, who's to say that you couldn't have assistance so that they only need like a few seconds or something? I don't know. You'd still need to get like the technical rules down.
Yeah. So according to media reports, a 34-year-old man has broken a long-standing record of having sex with up to 57 women. And we are not talking some casual hanky-panky. He committed intercourse with them all.
Committed intercourse.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
It was set in Prague. What year was this?
All right,
This
so that's
was
57.
in 2017.
57 is
versus
insane.
The current record is, did you say it was 919 or something like that?
Maybe. Yeah.
From what
the
you found for that other one.
919.
That's a big difference.
But no, it is a big difference, but there is a big difference in our biology.
True.
Yeah.
Men have holes.
Mhm. Yes, exactly. Okay, this is a whole lot easier. Keeping this going is not. Okay.
If this article is to be believed, he contracted HIV.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, I mean, not surprised.
Who could have seen it?
Oh, man.
Well, you're going to
you're
break
welcome.
a few eggs if you make an omelet.
You're going to break a few balls.
Just horrible.
But yeah,
let's talk about the men that are in that line.
I would want to ask
Super
them,
fans?
like, what did you think you were getting? What did you think you were going to do, and did it
you
live up to
5
your
minutes?
expectations?
Do you think you could last? How many of them did last 5
Apparently,
minutes?
they thought 5 minutes, not 3.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the biggest problem. Like,
I
how
just-
old were they?
Well, they
And
probably were all over
well,
18, so the age doesn't
Their
really matter that much
partner
at that
at some
point.
point that, hey, I was one of those. I was one of the 100.
Yeah, just wait for them to come out, because they will come out saying, "I fucked her. I did it."
So, considering how against this act you all appear to be, let's just say we were 6 vegans here.
Yeah.
And we
Hey, I'm not
decided.
against it. Consenting adults.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah,
There's
nobody
nothing
should
to
stop
be
her from
against
doing it.
and just
Yeah.
saying, well, that's kind of unfortunate that it ended up the way it did.
I wouldn't
Who could have
participate.
foreseen it?
But I
Wouldn't
do want to
watch
know where you're going with the vegan thing, Charles. I'm so sorry for interrupting you. I am a jerk.
Let's just say we were all vegans and watching some old school Nikakadu Avakadu video where he goes through, I don't know, 50 burgers, which
Yeah.
was 50 cows at one point.
Mhm.
Shouldn't that be equally as
Wow.
offensive?
This isn't
you're a
offensive.
If it
to me
was
at the
one
very
burger
least.
per cow, I'd be offended.
Yeah, but to answer your question in as good faith as I can, it would be offensive to me to be sat down and watch that while a vegan. Granted, I dated a vegan for multiple years and I lived with her, and that was the experience. We didn't watch things like that because it would offend her. And I wanted to respect that. If that gives any context to my thought, I don't think it's the same level of offensiveness, but I guess if you're trying to poke at if this is morally not okay and we're watching this, are we trying to draw an equivalency here? It's like, is one more okay than the other? That's
They've
great.
got a logo and everything.
Sorry. Bimo.
No worries.
Sorry, Sorry, I'm just interrupting you, Bimo.
Yeah,
Did you?
I asked a
wanna finish that?
question. Are you? I'm just trying to understand your question at the moment. Are you trying to say that would I find it to be just as offensive as I find this? Because yes, I do find the thought of having sex with 100 people in one day offensive, but that I'm not judging her necessarily for it. I know that she can do this. She's able to.
Are
Like
you
you wouldn't
actually
stop her.
offended by it though? The fact that somebody is out there doing this offends you, or
I think
you're
it's
just
disgusting. It raises my
So is-
disgust very high.
Hmm.
I
That's
am
just take
morally
turns and
opposed to people
explain
doing this.
the reasoning. I feel like there is
But you're not going to run out
different.
and get her.
No, I'm not gonna go and tell her, hey, you can't do that, because what
Or
would
write
the
a
use be
very
in doing
strongly
that?
worded. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll write it in all caps for her, and then she'll promptly throw it away. Because my opinion on her doing this has no bearing on her doing it. And she's at liberty to do whatever she wants. I just feel like it's disgusting.
Why does it have to be mutually
Entrepreneur.
exclusive? Can't she be both?
I mean,
Entrepreneur?
I would call her a whore and a prostitute, yes.
Listen,
Because
she's
I think she
whore-maxing.
is. She is whore-maxing.
Yeah.
But
Well,
yeah,
that-
you can't have it both ways. You can't be a lady and a whore.
Well, that brings the question then: is it better for society to be sexually conservative or sexually not conservative? I would lean toward one way, obviously.
I would probably agree with you leaning one way. From what I know about you, Dorcas, because I think putting it out in the limelight doesn't really do much good for the next generation. But I mean, also, even if it's not in the limelight, people are still going to do it, and people are at liberty to still do it. It happens no matter what.
Right.
I mean, this
But
person
everyone
is
else
definitely
ain't,
an
sir.
edge case. Like
100%.
I don't know.
Agreed.
So I don't think that she shouldn't be doing what she's doing. I think I wouldn't do what she's doing, but I don't know. I do think that it would be weird if we had a society where you can't do this. You just cannot do this. Like this is so beyond the pale. Like, yeah. There are certain societies that are out there. I'm glad. I just assumed that she was American because freedom.
Yes.
But it turns out you do have the freedom to do this in the UK as well.
Well,
and to answer Charles's question from before, I don't know. I'm not offended by what she's doing. I wouldn't want to do it. But the whole like vegan thing, I'm trying to put myself in those shoes. Yeah, I don't know. I've been the opposite. Like it doesn't offend me when I see somebody eating a salad or just vegetables or anything like that. If I have to watch somebody like kill the animal and then eat it, like that would be somewhat offensive and traumatizing to me. But I don't know. I choose not to watch those mukbang things because I find them super gross, and like the ASMR of it is just weird. But
Agreed.
I guess there's a certain amount of people that really enjoy watching it. Like I guess it started because people were lonely, so they wanted to basically like eat with other people or have the simulation of it, and then it just became eating as much as you can and like this weird challenge. I don't know, man. I want those to still exist, I guess, even if it possibly could cause an eating disorder. I guess it's the same thing with corn. Some people really enjoy this type of content. It's not for me. Again, I'm French vanilla, but I don't know. The fact that somebody really craves this and they want to support her, and then hey, maybe they can even participate. Good for them. I don't know. Perhaps I'm different in this. I wouldn't want a society that's 100% conservative. I think we need gas and brakes.
That is. I just want to. Can I actually just clarify something real quick?
Fine, but I get my clarification after.
Absolutely. There's a difference between how I feel something should be done and then me recognizing that the state should never ever enforce such a thing.
Obviously, yes.
So I personally feel like in terms of sexuality and things like this of this nature, I tend to lean more conservative in my moral philosophy. A lot of the time, yes, you can do that, but I think that that's disgusting and I would not engage in that. And I would not encourage someone to engage in that, but the state should never enforce how I feel about this because that's not the place of the state.
Right. And I just want to clarify, I'm not advocating for a return to like Victorian era or like Puritan style anything. I lean into the libertarian, which is let people, consenting adults, do what they will. Generally speaking, from where we are right now, a more conservative position would be more beneficial to for society to move in. But I'm not recommending Puritanism on the matter. Just, yeah.
Hydra?
Okay.
Well,
Hydra.
Basically, hey, can you hear me? I'm here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Basically, obviously, I want to reinforce what everyone said so far about the consenting adults. They can do whatever they want as long as they don't interfere with others' ability to do the same and cause harm, etc., etc. The whole shebang. But for me, my personal opinion on the matter is, maybe it's just me, but I consider sex and intercourse to be far more, I don't know, intimate for this kind of thing. In my views, personally, I don't like this because it's fundamentally goes against what I believe sex should or ought to be, and turns us into this very much commercialized thing, which it already is, unfortunately, in today's world, and I don't like that. I personally view it as much more as something that belongs in a different place. I don't know, I can't phrase it properly what I want to say, but it is supposed to be so much more and more intimate and meaningful than something that is done with money for such purpose or so frequently or sold, etc. I think it should take a different place in the hearts and minds of people, and it's supposed to be so much more. Basically, that's my personal opinion on the matter. She can do whatever she wants, but if she should take a look at the whole situation. She clearly is at least shaken by the experience and might want to reconsider doing it all over again. Again, I'm not going to tell her what to do. I can't, and I shouldn't be able to. But still, I would not be okay with this, and I would never do it. Like, it's not. I would never engage in this thing because it would go against what I would like for sex and relationships to be, or to what it would mean. But that is just me personally, and people are allowed to disagree on it.
Mm-hmm. Charles, anything?
Anything what? What happened?
Just
Where am I?
a moment for your own comments, that because we're taking turns.
I don't like being the person
100
I am
of us
right
are
now.
taking turns.
Oh, why would no?
Are you okay?
What do you mean you don't like being the person you are? Do you
It's
feel
this
judged?
conversation is very lopsided. I just
Mm.
wish there were a little bit more contradictory.
More people with different opinions?
Yes. Yes.
I understand that.
I can respect that.
Because they're
agree.
yeah. I think it's very lopsided because it's out of 6 people, it's 5 people saying that sex is something important.
So I
as
was
opposed to,
offered
like,
Well,
shitting.
I mean, I think Charles
Yeah.
thinks it's important as well. Just
I do.
Okay, I'm switching sides for the rest of this topic.
Okay. Dorcas
Okay,
thinks it's
I'll do
my
unimportant.
best.
Don't you
Okay.
fucking dare!
Dorcas wants to run Charles too.
Yeah, go no, help us see.
Okay.
So I was offered a considerable amount of money to do something that inherently I was against.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't say no right away.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say that until you're in the shoes of someone where things in your life can be different for doing something that you don't want to do,
Mm-hmm.
it's very easy to judge somebody.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. She's doing something
Yes.
legal and she's making money off of it and she's becoming internet famous at least.
Right.
I guarantee that 1,000-person one is going to be pretty lucrative for her. Not only does that mean that she's probably got 1,000 paying fans that are at least at that tier level, which awesome, more power to her. But I think certain other people are going to want to see what happens. Perhaps there's going to be a second documentary. Perhaps there might even be a bidding on who gets to film this. And then, a lot of people watch the moments after in this one. What do you think 1,000-person one is going to be like? 10 times the size. So I don't know. It seems like it's a huge business opportunity. It seems like she might be speedrunning the industry. I don't know if it's going to be a long career if she's going into this, but
She won't
I don't
have to
know.
work
It's
again.
kind of awesome. It might be
So-
leveraging it to like be the next Haktua, the Haktua of 2025, if you will.
So documentaries frequently have an ideological bent, and sometimes they are not always honest in, even if they're trying to be fair and balanced, they don't. They're also trying to be entertaining in a way, and this documenter could be selectively trying to make this person appear as if they regret it when they don't, and we don't know
Very true.
all of her obviously I had mentioned like the Chinese concubines earlier in the stream. Different cultures do have different positions on sex. Some people, like with the Russell Brand thing, I know a lot of men who will touch anything that moves, and I know a lot of men who don't. And that it could be the case with this woman that it was an exhausting experience, I'm sure, but it's not necessarily that she regrets it, but she's processing it and
Right.
living with it.
And and
I
think
think-
about it. Yeah.
I think associating your emotions in what she was experiencing isn't fair to the material that was presented, because the way she framed it, she was talking about having conversations with them. Perhaps she didn't want to see them as people, but just as
Isn't that the worst part of every job? Is like the little conversations that you
Sure.
have to have with people.
sure. I could,
That goes into my question there, Gray. Every job, okay. So we're talking about the
Kinda
suffering.
think so.
They've
So-
condensed the suffering into one experience in one day, right? The suffering, and I say suffering by as in the physical exertion, all of the things that go into getting a task, all to getting a task done. Okay, it's work. We've decided it's work. And then there's a man that goes and works for 6 months as hard as he flippin' can, and he feels fucking ragged and ran through at the end of that 6 months.
Yeah.
57 women, and then he had to go to the hospital.
Yeah. So, and he can feel we sanction those tears because they don't involve that you're sacrificing your body. You're sacrificing your body with hard work. You're not sleeping properly. You're not doing all of those things. So you can make some equivalence here, but there's some essence in morality,
It's
which
a
is
trade-off.
present in all of us here that would stop us, most of us. So
I mean,
there
there's
are
some really dangerous seasonal work that people do, like the oil fields in like Alberta and stuff. Like some people get seriously injured in those. Same thing with like deep sea fishing or whatever.
Saturation
A lot of
diving.
there's a lot of different things, and people are making that trade-off that I could do this for that much. Charles was talking about like the job thing. Like I've worked a whole lot of what do you want to call it, service jobs. So I have like made drinks for people. You don't necessarily want to interact with them. I've done way too much customer service, and God, that sucks. I didn't want to be there, but it is a trade-off, and it's like, okay, yes, I can pretend to be nice for that amount of money. Yeah, that'll work. I don't know. If I had different options, I probably would have taken it. I have some not so legal jobs that I've done in the past that again, the money seemed right. So it's like, yeah, I'll do that. I don't know. I don't hate what she's doing. I just never had that option. Yeah.
It's so hard to separate these things because you could say I'll go work in the fields, I'll go do the super dangerous job for this amount of money, and of course everyone's going to have that. Actually, it's funny because when I was working tree work, this was a fun question to ask people. It was like, how much money would it take for your boss to be allowed to, have sex with you, like what would it take? And this was just a question between a bunch of guys working, and of course everyone
Were
would be
you
like,
the boss at the
100
time
million.
when you were asking this question? Were you in charge of this crew?
It's impossible to separate sexual service work with the moral inclinations. I don't think it's possible.
It's
That's what
any
the
work.
money's for.
It's any work.
Because your morals
Dude.
can fray if there's enough money.
Yeah.
And
one of my first jobs, we were supposedly calling on behalf of charities and saying like, oh, thank you so much for donating to like Habitat for Humanity. We're just asking you, please donate 5 times as much now. I don't know if it was legit. I don't know that it was actually going to the charities. I actually have a huge feeling that it was a scam, and that I don't know, I may have been complicit in that or whatever. But the money seemed right. I didn't do like a bunch of investigating at the time. And granted, I was like 16 or something. But
how dare you not do your due diligence, Gray?
I don't know, man. I think morals get tricky, but as Charles said, like when you add money into it, you'd be surprised how flexible they can
When
be.
you add any extreme to it, your morals will start to fray. So, like, let's say if you were starving and someone said, "Well, I want you to eat this piece of shit before you can eat food," you starve enough, you'll probably eat that piece of shit before you eat food.
If you have a certain amount of desperation, the dynamic changes between like what you're willing to do and what you feel like you need to do.
But does she need to be desperate? She doesn't need to be.
I don't know if she was.
Do we know
desperate.
she is desperate? Right.
Yeah.
We don't know.
What if she just really loves cock and she's like, "Fuck, you're paying me for this?"
She was making enough money.
I would have paid you.
No,
I mean,
yeah.
there are a lot of things that we know aren't good for us that we do anyway. Like, we also like to do things like simulate scary situations. We watch horror movies because we like to be scared for our lives in a controlled setting. So there's something to be said for do 100 things you love and you'll never work a day in your life. I don't know where I was going with that.
I'm sorry. I typed it on purpose so I didn't have to say it.
No, it's hard trying to take opposite. I don't know.
Don't do it. Don't take. And I don't even think it's my side, because I am what I would consider old-fashioned when it comes to sex. I was informed a couple of years ago that I'm demisexual, and that's someone that like can't.
You're a demigod.
Do you know what that means? You know?
Yeah, I know what demisexual is.
Yeah. So like, trust me.
I do
I'm
too,
not-
but let's pretend I don't.
I don't.
Yeah, explain it to the audience.
Go ahead, Bimo.
Enlighten me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you
the
said
one
you
that
know it
the
so
one
well.
that wasn't misdiagnosed is okay. So
if you say Maui from Moana, you deserve a slap.
No, demisexual, I believe, if I can remember correctly, is you aren't
just
really
stalling
sexually
for the
attracted to
Google.
people that you aren't in love with.
Right.
Right? Yeah, that's what I thought.
One night
And-
stands aren't really a thing.
Which, ironically, I just call that bi with standards, by the way. That's the joke I like to make that pisses people
What
off.
the hell? So, okay, all right. That just
Anyways.
says so much about you, babe. Fair enough. Sure.
I think it's a really funny joke. It's honestly, it knocks it out of the park, and sometimes it gets me punched. It's great.
That's not knocking it out of the park.
Yeah, it is.
That's
It's
you
getting me
getting
knocked out of the park.
I think sorry, yeah.
Sorry,
what
I
were you gonna say,
completely
Bimo?
derailed us. So the demisexual, I described it. You're not sexually attracted to someone who, unless you're really have feelings for or are in love with them.
Yeah, you can't have physical relationships with someone, that you're not really in love with, or
So
one
it's
night
like
stands.
the opposite of the virgin whore syndrome, where you can't have sex with someone you are in love with, and you can only have sex with people you're not in love with because, I don't know, reasons.
There are people like they are.
Wait, what?
That's a thing. And it is a syndrome. That's
There's
knew
non-demisexual.
that, where it's
Heterosexual,
basically
actually.
they use sexual interaction as something that, I couldn't do that to someone I was in love with or something. Not as in degrading, but it's a form of interaction for them I don't even know if that guy was telling me the truth. Anyway, the point is, allegedly it's just it's a
For
different
him.
relationship. Like how you would, you wouldn't kiss your sister on the lips or something. I don't know. It's just not the same.
Fair enough.
Relationship
So I do have a
differences.
friend who is kind of into that same thing. His saying was like, "But I couldn't do that to the mother of my children." It's like, okay, that's weird. But fair enough. But cynical Finch, I don't think Charles is saying that one night stands don't exist. Just
You
he's
are
never
misunderstanding.
For
participated.
himself,
Yes.
he's talking about himself. For him, it's not a thing. That wouldn't happen because he wouldn't be attracted to someone he's just met.
And I've been challenged by how loose I am with language and how sexually charged a lot of material on my channel is. And it's because it's just so, it's just not a thing. It's not a
I
factor.
feel
That's
for
why
you,
it's,
Charles.
that's why it's easy for me to joke about things like that. But when it comes down to brass tacks, I'm just not like that.
That's quite interesting that you like. So you have personally you have that value, or that value is in like yourself. You've decided you actually not even decided. It's just the way you are. That's just how you work.
It's
But-
not enough for someone to be attractive.
But
That's,
I mean, I acknowledge like, yeah, Luigi's a hot piece of ass. Of course, people.
Yeah,
are,
he's
like,
seen the abs.
I can say that, but like, if I don't know, if I were gay and he were in my presence, it wouldn't be that easy. It wouldn't be like, all right, let's get to it. It's there's this line. So I understand. Like believe it or not, I'm with you guys as far as where you stand morally, but
on yourself, yeah.
As far as if someone decides that this is what they want to do, and whatever the pros and cons are to it,
it's their decision.
yeah, we all have things that we have skeletons in our closet that we probably wouldn't feel free to admit to.
Everyone is entitled to their privacy, private thoughts, private interests, private fantasies. I don't know. You have your own personal space inside your mind and for your body and for your physical things, etc. It's part of being human. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, like some people are freaked out at shaking hands. Like that's such a normal thing to people. But like
Howie Mandel.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
that's who I was thinking. That glove head.
Some people are neurotic. Some people aren't.
I guess one of the takeaways there is just I think we all agree she's allowed. Okay, nobody should be stoning her or whatever. She's allowed to do it. She's allowed. She should have.
I'm not sure that she was teary-eyed due to some sort of emotional thing with the 100 men. Right.
What if she
That's why I
just
brought up
still
the
has semen
marathon
in her eyes?
analogy.
Yeah, the marathon analogy.
Okay, so there's
Yeah.
that too. But what if she didn't go through something physically exerting
Umbrellas
for 24
didn't
hours?
work.
Hell, if you just stay up for 24 hours, sometimes you
Yeah.
just start crying.
And then again,
It's also probable that she spent a lot of time and energy building towards this, setting this up, coming to the decision to do it. It's when anything you set out to do comes with it a certain amount of emotional weight. Seeing it through and then finishing it, I hate this language, will bring about strong emotions. It doesn't necessarily indicate where you land a day after, a year after, 10 years after.
It could have been the only fluid that her body had left to get rid of.
yeah, I do see that I have projected my own feelings onto her because I've interpreted her emotion, like just because she's emotional, it doesn't mean I can tell you what emotion she's feeling.
I particularly when she said the thing about talking to people and like how weird. I mean, her language is kind of off. Like Lucy said it. She says like a lot. But
Like
she might have
when?
been weirded out by having to actually speak to these people, or it was just a transaction to them. She doesn't want to know them as people, and that could be what she's freaked out about.
For sure. Also, I guess we're assuming that she's not also demisexual. Maybe she is, but she just falls in love really easily.
That would be a terrible
100 times over.
And dude, just bring it back to the whole thing that she did. I think what struck me the most is the word dissociation, because I was like, holy shit, that is what rape victims go through.
And she's would you call her smart? Maybe she's not using the word properly.
Like,
yeah,
I would
exactly.
call her smart.
I'm surprised she knows the word. That's why I thought if she knows the word, she probably knows how to use it. Well done.
Wow.
I've had
She's
office
British,
jobs.
all right. She's not a complete idiot.
50 first dates.
100 first dates.
You can make a comedy out of it.
I've had office jobs where I've disassociated. Does that mean that?
Yeah.
I made a joke about this earlier about being in that workflow.
I don't
state.
pay attention when you talk.
Yeah, but it was a joke, but it is true. So I will concede that it is. It's my projection, and yes, okay, fine. must own it that it's my morality, and what my worry is that she thought differently. She thought she could do it. She thought it would be fine. She thought that it would be fine, and now it wasn't, but she had to hold on. Like, I imagined her having to just be like, okay, I'm going to do this because everybody's lined up. That's it. There's pressure. And now at the end of it, even if there is some doubts, she's like, I have to do 1,000 because also I have to prove to everybody that I did want to do this. I chose to do it. It's me, and it's freeing. And I don't feel like, I'm not going to say, yay, Yaz Queen. I'm not going to do that.
But are you a little
okay?
intrigued that perhaps it was this hard for her to get through 100, but we're going 10x next time?
She's going to 10x the damage. I think that actually
I'm not really intrigued.
It's not like, but you know what?
I think I'm going to look for the follow-up article. I'm not watching the video.
Accepted the cost. The cost is going to be her body is going to go through a lot of shit. Okay?
There appears to be something linked to the record. So
no, she's
I'd
going
like
to
to
make
know
money.
why the record is important to her.
Yeah, I don't understand it either. It's
So-
because then she gets remembered. Legacy. That's her
I
legacy.
think she's going to be remembered at this point. But
Is she? What she?
I don't know her name.
Listen. This is the same conversation I had with True
But you know
Crime.
Luigi's name?
Luigi's hotter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all right.
Yep, we have parallels. We both had our spines operated on.
There you go.
There is going to Finch. There is going to be a next time. So she's done 100. Now she's going for 1,000 in January. So she's giving herself a bit of a month of
Wow,
break.
that little time.
That's not enough. Okay, maybe. Sorry for being so judgmental, but I don't think that's enough.
That's in 2025. Don't worry. She's good.
She's gonna need to
it was
use a
just announced
machine to make
yesterday,
sure it all
though.
works.
So this is somewhat breaking news, Finch.
Okay, and one cannot say she has all the agencies and owes up to her pros and cons, then also says she doesn't know what disassociating means for her. No, I think she does know what it means.
What is bint?
What is
Is that
bint?
another? You're just making words like slunt?
No, but bint.
No,
Go and ask. Go and
bint
ask
is a
in
British
the.
slang word.
Shouldn't
Yeah,
you know?
go-
Isn't that the
Yes.
British version of the word?
So
Pay attention when they talk.
Get
go and
bent
ask.
over.
Go and ask what because I learned that bint. Interesting factoid. I learned that bint is actually a hag. It's your
Hag
old
maxing?
old
Bint
lady.
maxing. Bint maxing.
Because in South Africa, when you say bint, it means your chick, your girl. But then I said that in front of Ali, and she was like,
I was about to say, Ali looked at you weird.
"Yeah." Ali was like, "That's not your
No,
it's
don't
not."
use that word.
She is not
Don't
escaping the
say-
allegations. You
Don't
are not
say your-
escaping the allegations.
Don't say your husband
Never
has
know.
bints on the thing. That's not a flex. So I'm
Let's
like,
let's say a
no, you
Finnish
don't.
person.
Bint, my baby, a bint.
Let's just say
It's
it would be the same thing as if a Finnish person was talking about his favorite milk drink product in front of Kitty, because it's definitely a slur in Afrikaans.
I had a roommate who was in no way British whatsoever, but he loved using the word bloody.
Yeah,
It's bloody
awesome.
good.
Bloody ashes.
We
Yeah.
say bloody.
Bloody. Fuck you, bloody.
Bloody.
I like
Charles had a
yeah,
bit about that.
lady this, lady
Hey,
that. You
I have quite
You
a
had
few
a
bits
bit?
that we touched on today.
Uh-huh.
don't touch people's bits unless they're consenting. And
I told
you,
you,
Charles.
I have to fall in love with them before I touch their bits.
Yeah, and honestly, like on that very same note, like I feel you, Charles, because like I don't think I'm demisexual. I
feeling
haven't
you
gotten
now.
diagnosed for it, but there have definitely been times where I've been like, oh, cool, I have this opportunity, and I was not able to go through with it.
I thought it was just like I would have called myself old-fashioned. Is
Yeah.
what I would
Yeah.
have called myself before I knew there was a
Well,
label for
well,
it. So
the thing is, the demisexual thing then does mean that you could fall in love with a man and therefore have sex with him. But
I
you
didn't know
said
that.
earlier,
That's
yeah,
what I'm
you
saying.
said
Buy with standards,
earlier
bro.
if I was gay. So that makes me think, no, you can't be truly demisexual because you just
I haven't met the
yeah.
right man yet, so there's that.
Yeah. Okay.
There
I
you go.
suppose it's that you just never. Yes, you never met the
Oh, hey,
right man.
Jab.
Yeah, Jab.
Hello,
Jab is
Jab.
upset.
How's it
For some
going?
reason. Look
And
at
so
this
then-
beautiful message we got here from Jab.
just
Hydrid,
need a-
would you like to read it for us?
What in the actual bloody ball sucking fuck? Question mark.
Perfect.
Pretty good question.
Henry Cavill is out there. Oh gosh, that's the joke. Is just Henry Cavill.
I
is
mean,
just...
I'll take the hit just for the story.
Oh, okay. Wallace says it. Demisexual heteromantic.
Yes, it
So
is.
we'll fall in love with.
I hate these labels, by the way.
Yeah,
just
so do
whatever.
I.
But it's kind of a moot point if you're in a monogamous relationship. So
Right on.
it doesn't really matter. So
Well, that's a different part of the spectrum. So it's like that's the slider for monogamous or non-monogamous, and then there's all these other ones that you can throw in there, and it makes you feel special because this is your special thing.
I'm exhausted.
I'm definitely like I'm talking down about it, but it means a lot to a lot of people. Like this has perfectly described how I feel about relationships.
There's
So
probably
Very
people that are like,
monogamous of you.
why isn't there a word for what I'm
monogamous.
feeling? And you know,
yeah,
they have this word, and it I don't know, it's some sort of relief.
Well-
I can respect that.
yeah, exactly.
I
I'm
see.
just I just like to say I'm straight. There you go, because that basically describes who I am. Luigi's hot, but I mean I
Nobody
wouldn't fuck
really
him.
needs-
So
If you look at my husband, I guess you understand. That's how it
you
works.
like men with beards? I understand.
And the
I'm
balls.
very,
The hair
I'm very
impaired.
British. Hey, unhaired.
The hair impaired.
The
Hair impaired, yes. No,
That's
the
the
people that
thing.
taken the top part of their head and pasted it to their face.
I honestly, if Gordon suddenly, if like you could cure, and he would just suddenly have hair, I don't want to.
You can't think about it.
I'm husband sexual, exactly, Nico. But then again,
Are you husband maxing?
yeah, I'm husband maxing it.
Maxing.
I don't know. It's sorry, but hey, Charles, thank you for opening my eyes about the thing about
What?
your thing, about how I projected my emotions onto it and how most of us are.
I don't want you to feel that I was
and-
judging you. I
No.
don't feel like we were giving the situation the right.
Yeah, and I I
Trust
think
me, we
you
don't
know,
make
what
sense
you said
enough
about the
compared to.
document- Mhm.
Go ahead.
I happened to be on MSK's show last night. If you think we were insensitive at all, there's much less ways to give her charity. I think we gave her quite a bit, but still, thanks.
I don't like it when I have to be not the funny guy.
But you are the funny
Charles,
guy.
Now you know how I feel.
Fair enough.
You're so good at it.
But
Box office.
the thing that you also pointed out to me is the doc having a bit more of a think about the documentarian guy, because the way he has presented it, I think there is a bit of a motive behind to say, look, it's somebody even in the comments said this is the most anti-porn documentary I've ever seen. Like that might
Goon
be. I
Squad
don't know.
created the anti-porn documentary.
Listen, Goon Squad is probably
I don't even think it's
the name that they've
anti-porn,
given
it's just-
the people that are going for it.
It's not necessarily anti-porn. It's anti. It potentially showcases the dangers of having sex with a shitload of people in quick succession. So it's anti, what is it, orgy, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. It's orgy pro orgy. Yeah.
No,
Well,
anti-orgy.
that begs the question: if you were to make a documentary on something, would you call that an endorsement of the product?
No.
I don't think so.
Depends entirely on the perspective of the documentary, I think.
It would have to be, yeah. Because of course, if it was like, oh, we just so happened to be funded by, let's say, Kellogg, and and it's all, the documentary is all about how, you know, cereal is really good for you and healthy.
This is the part where Gray brings up.
Polymaxing. No, I think husband max. Yeah, you know what? Can you look up husband maxing in the Urban Dictionary? See if it's there.
Would that not?
I would, but
be
somebody
a
shooting
mistress-
guns outside.
A mistress.
Interesting.
Hey, who's
Somebody
If someone's
shooting guns
husband max-
outside. Man, that's someone's husband is getting shot. Help!
This wasn't an orgy.
is
It
really
was a
funny.
conga.
This is really funny, actually. I looked up husband maxing, and the first thing that showed up as the result of that search was
me.
a Wikipedia article for hypergamy,
Oh no,
No.
which is not the same thing.
Which is not the
Wouldn't
same
that
thing.
be wife maxing? No, that is husband maxing in the colloquial sense, because it's the girl trying to, you know, get the most worth out of the man at any point in time and then dropping them if they're not useful. That's a very loose way to describe hypergamy. Yeah, that's just really funny to me.
Hypergamy.
Hypergamy.
God. Well,
Yeah, there is no husband maxing. We got to make it.
monogamy maxing, just trad wife, blah blah blah. Meh. But yeah, look, she accepted the.
Thank
I
you.
think
You get it, Finch.
final thoughts on her. She accepted the costs, and I feel bad. I felt bad for her looking at that because I thought she regretted it, and if she did, that the empathy I had for her regretting it made me feel really bad for her. And people online were upset that I was upset for her because they're like, but she chose it. And I'm like, yeah, but she could have chosen wrong. People doing something and making a mistake, that sucks. And if she made a mistake, so I went and explained this on Twitter, like as if it matters. And somebody then replied to me with this, and I will show you what they replied.
Kita, you're only allowed to feel one thing.
Okay.
All right. You cannot accept that people
Stop
you
trying to
cannot
be a
accept
complex person. Be simple.
Yeah.
Feel one thing at a time. Then move on. Okay.
Okay,
One dimensional,
sorry.
please.
I forgot.
There are 4 lights.
They sent this to me. They replied to me.
Oh yeah,
Because
that
I
photo.
said, I think his reaction, because somebody said here, you don't expect a girl to be upset after sleeping with 100 guys within 24 hours. She came. So I said, I think his reaction is based on how she approached it. She wanted to do this. She was proud to do it. Probably curious about it. Now she found out there really is something inherently wrong with it. There, I'm wrong. We've noted Charles has pointed it out.
No.
Don't email your ID.
It's not wrong.
That
It's
is
your
not-
personal belief. It's
Those aren't
Yeah.
OnlyFans. That's just email inquiries for being one of the thousand.
This
so
is
it's not.
1,000.
That's pretty nuts.
So I don't think there's a
I
tier.
mean, some of them might be pretty.
Yeah. So but anyway, the point is, I said, if I feel bad for her, I know it's her choice, but she's due her regret. If she has regret, she's due it, right? So this person just replies with "wow" and this picture. It's a great reply, guys. I guys see what do you like? And it literally is location TBC. I don't know. Is this for real? It is for real.
So it shouldn't be a casting call. It should be a mating call. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, I do have a problem with it being a casting call. That's
good that they're going to be on
Where's
camera.
the picture of the couch? Where's the picture of the
She's
couch?
on the couch. She's just on the couch. But let's see. There's replies. No.
Do you know what I'm referring to, Kitty?
Yes, the casting couch.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm grossed out. I thought that that she was going to stop, but you know what?
Should we go
she's-
around the panel and just do final thoughts on this?
Final
or-
thoughts. Okay, I've done my final thoughts.
Also, I have to go soon, so yeah.
Hydro,
Oh,
do you
so
want
you'll
to
give
go
your
first?
final thoughts then.
Mhm.
Yeah, my final thoughts. I mean, even if she felt super bad and she decides to do it again and cries about it, but she does it again, she can feel free to do it whenever she wants. Just I think she should be aware of what she's getting into. Also, we'll probably get an STD if you're not super careful and don't vet all of these people really, really carefully one by one. It's like ultimately you're free to choose how you want to have sex with consenting adults. Not my place to tell you, but you gotta engage it. Even if you're gonna do something super extreme like this, I do the necessary health and psychological and all of this necessary stuff. And even then, I would advise against it. But hey, you can do whatever the fuck you want in this case. But still, the communication from her could have been better because it resulted. Maybe it's not her fault, but the way others presented it, but still it resulted in mixed messaging about like, I want to do this, I don't want to do this, I liked it, I didn't like it, I'm going to do it again with more people, yay, money, whatever, oh, it was so bad, I'm surprised it was bad. All these seemingly contradictory messages that we were able to find in here and there, etc. Again, not necessarily her fault, but it won't make her look good, and I would advise her against it just because of the fact that it will probably define her future even more so than the decision to be in the career path that she is ever since she was 18. But those are just my thoughts and my personal beliefs. So feel free to disregard.
Great.
Yeah. Okay. I guess I'll go next. Yeah, my final thoughts are, I guess, good for her. Yeah, like oh, that's what you're weirded out about. Okay. Yeah, so I guess that's also one of my final thoughts is, okay, so if people were upset that they only got 2 minutes on this, now we're doing it 10 times in the same amount of time. It's not like 1,048 hours. Just, I don't know. I guess I want to know what the rules are, but you got to be somewhat discerning. So you need more than 1,000 people to actually apply for this. You're going to have some of the riffraff that you got to cut. So, maybe there's a reason why it's an open casting call this time, as opposed to her closed only fans with a prize tier level or whatever. I don't know. It's interesting. Like, we're actually talking about her. How many thousands of people are on OnlyFans? And it's like, what have we talked about? Like 2 of them or something like that. So I don't know. I don't think we could probably get her to not do this, but she seems to be willing to break a record and people are talking about her. So she seems successful. I don't know. It seems like she's doing more than most on OnlyFans currently. Good for her. I hope she makes enough to cover any long-term effects from it. But yeah, more power to her. Bimo, any thoughts on her?
I already said
my thoughts to the 1,000. They're probably going to be upset when you think of
probably.
the time frame, how that's going to work. 42 in an hour.
Pumps, move on.
Yeah, so that's why we got to figure out the rules. Is it just crossing the plane, or is it anyway? Bimo.
So, like I said earlier, I find this type of stuff being like put forward to be kind of disgusting. Like it really does, like, it makes me sick to my stomach when I think about it. And it's not just thinking about what she went through and not trying to mind read like how she felt about it, but it's more of like I literally try to visualize myself in that situation, how I would feel afterwards. And yeah, I would not feel great. So yeah, I kind of put that on her. It's kind of hard for me to separate it because, like I said earlier, it's really I think it's impossible to separate moral inclinations from sexual service. Like, and I don't think it's gonna happen. she's perfectly fine to be able to do it. We live in a place where liberty it exists, and I want it to exist, but miss me with that. It is, I wouldn't want to be a part of it. I wouldn't want to be around it. And I hope that she has good therapy.
She'll have enough money for it.
And I guess like regarding the documentary, I actually share your feelings, Charles, on that there's probably like, I don't like the thought of the documentary bringing this even more into the discussion spot. I think it's kind of nasty that this is getting so much limelight. This is the same problem I have with anything like this. I don't like it when these subjects become the thing we talk about all the time. Like, I don't like it.
I like us talking about morality, but
Morality,
yes,
yes.
uncomfortable. Yeah,
it is uncomfortable. I literally have a stomach ache right now thinking.
Can we talk about murder again, please?
Can we talk about murder?
Murder was so much easier, guys.
Indeed. Probably because it's a lot less contentious.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. There's no real. So,
I guess
Dorcas,
I have one little final bit to add to what I was saying. There's one part of this that we didn't talk about that I think has a factor, and it's if her parents are her managers and they're managing this whole thing. Parent, her mother is involved in this. That is also disgusting to me, but it's more of a where is the pressure coming from to do this? Is it coming from her and her will to do it, or is there manipulation of some sort? I cannot say, but I immediately, like, my knee-jerk reaction is that mom wants to make money. Like that's what goes to my mind.
like, here is Britney
She only makes
Spears
10%.
with more sex. She only makes 10% of the £2 million that this woman has made.
There was
on
£2 million that went through her the other day.
Oh, yeah, it must
Sorry,
be.
that's what I have to say.
She's catching them all. Yeah.
Just because you can do something does not necessarily mean that you should do something. Whether she regrets it or not, on one hand, it's not necessarily my place to tell her how to live her life, and I hope that she doesn't come to I hope she'll be okay. I do. But I also don't think she should do it. And if she does regret it, there is a part of me that says play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I agree with Charles, and I think he offered some interesting insight into the documentary element of it. Yeah. Don't do those things.
Yeah. For me, it's the same thing as I would prefer people were a little more discerning with their sexual exploits and things, but it is their choice, and that must not be taken away from them. Let them do that. My main concern actually was for her, because I was really wondering. It felt like she had been sold.
I think
this
most
lie.
of our concern were her, basically.
It just got me. I honestly, I felt it here. It was not. I felt very uncomfortable. But then again, it really is. It is her choice, and the fact that she's going back for more, literally 10 times more, she knows what she's doing. That's it. But I'm not going to say, "Yay, well done." I'll be like, "Wow, that's not a brag, but okay, you have more money than me." She'll find out about the consequences in that, and it's her life. She can live it. That's all. Another thing.
Found out.
Yes, I mean, she is Fafo, the woman, but the thing is, she isn't either, because she's taken that cost into herself along with everybody else. I can't. Anyway, he didn't speak a lot about the men. I can hear the feminism in the background going, "Hey, you're supposed to also criticize the men for what they're doing," but
there have been some people basically accusing all the men of essentially it's their fault, and it is society's fault and men at large, and that they are actually aggressors in this situation and should be jailed.
Yeah, and I think that takes away her agency.
Okay.
That takes away
That's
her
a step.
agency. She made this choice.
It can't be okay for her to do this thing, but not for the men.
Yeah,
That's-
No, it's empowering
not.
for her, but criminal for the men.
No, it's you can't have it both ways. You have to say it's good, and Yaz queen. you can't blame the men and then just think of her as a victim of society. I
can foresee an argument, or it might have already been made. I don't know. I didn't look. Where in that one of those interviews that we watched, she was saying how, like, she basically was saying that she wanted to be done, and then people were like, well, it's only been 3 minutes and you promised 5. Okay, well, she was trying to remove consent at that point, so you should have stopped, would be the first criticism. And I could see an argument for it. I think that it's a shit show all the way around anyway, but I can see an argument for it.
So what I see is that she committed to this. There's so much sunken cost into it that she couldn't back out. So even if at one point she did feel tired and want to withdraw consent, she had that pressure on her not to. And some people would say that pressure there is wrong. It's not right. Sunken cock fallacy. Thank you. That's pretty good. That's very good. Fallacy.
That's a winner.
You missed another punch.
Yeah, you should have done it with a PH. Come on, man.
All right, I'll have to go, guys. Apologies. Thank you for letting me here. See us here.
See ya.
So, to play like devil's advocate or whatever, if she just quits now and then sees the error in her ways and converts and starts preaching the message of like anti-porn to everybody, does it mean as much if she hasn't broken the record? Like, isn't it a much bigger get once she passes 1,000?
Actually, that's a fantastic point, because there is currently a former OnlyFans porn star that turned Christian and is currently still doing the OnlyFans stuff, but their videos are only her in a car singing Christian music.
Yeah, so this girl said, "Now I need to go deeper. I need to go all the way, to the top of hoorishness." Yeah, and that will then my redemption arc will be even wider than her redemption arc. There you go.
Something will be wider.
Very wide.
Hey.
Yeah.
She says she wouldn't recommend it. Thank goodness she told us, because there's lots of girls out there that are considering it.
2 stars.
For every minute.
Oh, jeez. We are going to get into
5 stars.
Please let us get into Garlic. This will be
Gothic is going to be so much fun. Garlic phone, guys.
Are we doing garlic now?
Yeah.
I'm so
we
excited.
have Bimo, are you going to share?
I got it. I already got it.
Okay. I will get the ducks. This is great. It's the feeding of the ducks.
So there's the link in the private chats. I'll throw it in the Discord as well.
You can put it in the chat, but once we're in,
I've thrown it in the Discord already. I'm just throwing multiple links out here so that no one forgets it. There we go. And as a mod, I should be able to drop it in the chat as well.
What's a modder with you?
Hey!
You don't want to know.
I'm gonna be drawing with my mouse. Charles, are you happy?
I thought you were gonna say a different word.
Mouth?
You know what?
No.
My mouth, yes.
Hey, darling, switch off. Oh, wait, I think,
I don't think you can.
yeah, I know. The second I said it,
You mod, bro. All right. I'm gonna put it on now.
It took too long. Charles, actually, Gray laughed at the same time as me. Oh.
Join us for Gartic Phone. Also, Gartic Phone is objectively better when you have ad block.
I agree.
You really don't want to know what's wrong with me. Heck, the therapist didn't want to know what was wrong with me.
that's bad.
Yet they accepted the money.
Yet they accepted the money.
Money bad. That's the
Didn't help that she was hot.
oh,
It was that therapist that you're talking about.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so we have.
Okay, we
We
got
even got
Adam.
item whiz. Oh, come on. We can get a few more in here, guys. Come on. Finch, I can see that you're in the chat. Get your ass in here. We don't even have Wallace. Get in here. Come on. Ooh, item wizards on tablet. There you are, Finch. Good job.
Oh, yeah.
Do me a favor and hold that up so I can see your cock.
Thank you.
Wow.
Wallace is a coward.
Wallace is doing things. That's fine.
Uh-huh.
Wallace
Trying to
is a
get an
mover and a
orc
shaker.
together so that she can beat the record before Lily goes. We all suck at drawing. That's not an excuse.
Yeah.
Already.
Are we going normal this time?
I was just going to go normal, but we can do
All right.
other things. A co-op draw. Ooh. This is an interesting one.
We could try something new.
There's a secret. All the actions are a mystery. Drawings and sentences are hidden during the game.
That one really sucks. Isn't that the one
Yeah,
that we don't even get to see our own drawing? If I
Yeah,
remember
it's
right,
awful.
that's the one that everyone hated.
Yeah,
There's
that
a
is the one.
background, a sandwich. Start drawing and keep drawing until the end. Finally describe the last drawing. As a sandwich. Score. Missing piece. We've done that. Compliment is to complete the sketch. Now, there's always, knockoff or exquisite corpse, but like normal mode's kind of king mode.
Yeah.
What do you think?
We have time for normal mode. I
Okay.
did not change my wardrobe.
Your
No.
shirt was tan before.
What?
No.
She's wearing the same shirt.
Oh,
Alright. I'm gonna press start.
I think it's just the color of the screen change.
Okay.
False alarm, everybody. I really don't know how to do callbacks that are more than 5 seconds old.
There we go. That's
have
my
a happy
reference
timer, man.
I'm so excited to see what happens of my prompt.
We'll see.
Remember when AI
And
was allowed?
While we're waiting,
That
make
was
sure
so
to like
cool.
the stream.
Yeah, thanks
Hey.
for liking the stream.
Oh.
How am I gonna?
Hmm. Well, that's what she said.
Okay, well, about a sixth of your time is gone.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, cheese.
And my dog is barking. I will
That's
mute
okay. We
myself.
can barely hear him.
Oh, okay. Well, he's annoying.
Oh, don't say
I'm sure you love him very much.
Doggos. Charles, I absolutely expect sacks.
About a third of your time.
I can't.
I've been told.
Ooh. Oh,
No, I didn't say that, but I do need to
you
shut
got
the
the
fuck
Warren
up.
treatment.
The Warren treatments. Jeez.
Yeah, I can't chew and chew at the same time.
I'm running out of time.
I'm running out of ideas.
No. Really kind of screwed up.
Everything is phrasing. Everything.
There we go. This is awful, but I gotta leave it like this. I think
Yeah.
most people will understand. On tablet, I draw bad faster. That's amazing.
I think somebody. There's two prompts that are exactly the same. I
What?
just drew this worse than what I just received. I'm telling you. But whoever drew this is much better than me.
So you obviously didn't get mine then.
I'm thinking I didn't. Whoa.
Okay.
Wait a minute. This prompt makes no sense.
There we go. It's about a third of your time. Oh, shit.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
good lord.
Good lord. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think this is good enough as it is.
It is not. You've got a third of your time left, artiste. Do it.
Artiste, but I'm lazy.
Oh, I've got way too much time here.
This is being bullied by Gray. Can't believe it.
Oh wait, no, she's
Actually, I know exactly what to add to this.
Come on, artiste. Add something.
Can't even tell what the fuck it is I'm doing here.
I can't wait for you all to see this. This is cute.
I'm just gonna leave it. I'm just leaving it.
Okay, I did what I could.
I tried.
Whoa! Oh my gosh, I love this so
Wow.
much.
Half your time's gone.
What? There we go.
That was this drawing has violated me.
Did it violate you? Like, never mind.
No, she was not violated. She chose it. Okay.
Watch as I do basically the same exact picture.
Hey, you found the one.
Well, we'll see.
Maybe. One's a little bit more ooh-woo than the other. And that's a quarter of your time. Somehow.
Oh my god, pick the color. Shit.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
So sorry for this, Charles.
Oh no.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm sorry about this too, Charles.
What?
You're also not going to be happy about my drawing.
Oh, for
How am I going to draw this without it being inappropriate? Oh my gosh.
wow.
You're gonna draw
words
me
are-
inappropriately. I'm gonna be.
I'm not drawing you inappropriately.
Again?
Again? What do you mean again?
You learned your lesson the first time, apparently.
No, that's
And
lame.
you got about a quarter of your time remaining. Yeah, I didn't do well on this. Sorry, whoever gets this.
That's my default response. I'm okay without having ad block because there was a Whiskers ad and there was a cute cat on it.
Meow, 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 meow.
Meow meow.
I'm sorry, Gray.
Meow meow.
I'm
meow,
so
meow.
sorry, Gray.
Meow 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 meow.
Okay.
Oh no!
Okay,
Wow, it really
now
is the
I-
same prompt. It really is the same prompt.
Okay, now I got the same prompt.
I think I just got Dorcas's picture.
Now I understand what that picture was, though.
I'm sorry, BMO.
Okay. I don't think you're sorry.
I'm not.
I just can't. I just enjoy the results of these things. The process is horrid.
What?
What?
How do I?
I love this. Are you making yourself laugh? I can't wait.
Just thinking
to
about the
see why
prompt
you're
that they wrote about me is all. Okay.
Oh, poor Gray.
It wasn't me.
I'm very.
Sure, it wasn't.
Listen.
No,
having-
but I did add
highlights-
to it.
So, who hasn't seen The Substance?
Oh.
That is.
You haven't? Do yourself a favor, BMO.
Famer.
And
Also a famer.
as well. It's kind of famer. It got like 5 Golden Globe nominations. Kind of famer now.
The missus quite enjoyed that movie.
the ending was quite something.
Indeed. I think it's if it's not my favorite, it's right up there for the year. But it's a controversial film, I guess.
I liked how it made me feel things.
Just imagine if Requiem for a Dream and Barbie had sex. That's
that's awful.
I think it's more of a Cronenberg Barbie to me.
Sure.
But fair enough.
I do like me some Cronenberg.
Cronin Barbie.
Cronenheimer. Wait, what?
Crow Barbenheimer.
Oh my goodness. I just looked at the screen and saw what
See, it's not fair. You all can see my
item. It's called the substance.
You all can see my artistry.
Yeah, that's the point.
Look, he's demisexual. Okay, he's not doing it for you.
How many times was I in a thing?
That's a good question.
It is
you
out of
seem
love,
to
though.
always you.
I think it's you.
Like even when you're not here, Charles, you're here.
I added you to at least 3 drawings.
Yeah. And look how cute he is. Why would you do that to him? Look at him.
Oh.
You, sir.
Why do you have a little one of those?
It was all the hot pork talk that we had earlier.
Pork star.
Pork? Oh, pork.
Are you
All
ready?
right, here we go.
A semi-truck ramming through standstill traffic.
Oh. Ouch.
Hey, that's a good one though.
White train car destroys many colored train cars.
Kind of
Phrasing.
Oh no.
Love it.
That's so good.
That's awesome, darling.
My
A
bad.
horrible train accident. Coke truck suffers.
Oh, I know where this goes.
Coke. I love it.
Accident of Coke.
Dude, I love the train card. That's so good.
Aw.
Oops. Cocaine.
It is a Coke accident. That's lovely, Dorcas.
It is.
Thank you.
Talking to people in the service industry.
Oh no.
I love how subtle.
Oh.
That is perfect, darling.
Oh,
that
that's
is
so
100%
good.
You
perfect.
can't proceed without a condom, sir.
Sorry, great.
No condom, no entry.
Bouncer at Lily's record event. No condom, no entry.
That's what that was. Okay.
I like that bouncer.
Security guard asks for a ticket for the Stoop Fest.
Ticket to ride.
Ticket to ride.
That's so good.
Strange darling is awaiting her 100th victim.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's what I got. Okay.
Oh. You went in the wholesome
Strange darling does not consent.
direction. Okay.
Oh, no.
Something about consent and color red.
I have it.
BMO finally uses the consent card.
Hey, what the fuck?
Go.
I like it. It's just got go on it.
Do not pass go. All right. You just had to make it about me.
Charles is colorblind.
Well, you had said I apologize to you about this, so I decided to throw you into it.
Oh. This is the one
Charles
I got
next to
twice.
blue black truck. It is cute.
Oh.
Yeah, that checks out. It's cute.
Orange-eyed man in gray cap holding hand to blue pickup troop.
True.
There you go.
That is
new
awesome. And cute. It
Zippo
still
leans
works.
on his blue truck for a thirst
Oh,
trap
that's what that
insta.
was. Okay.
Where's the truck, BMO?
I ran out of time.
Oh, it's there.
He focused on the important
This is
part.
the important part. Okay.
The eyes are so good. Look at him.
They're so far apart, though.
If we did animation, we could do eyebrows for it.
That was related to Anya Taylor-Joy.
Oh yeah, let's go. She's hot as hell.
BMO doing stand-up at a funeral.
You cracked up the AI.
Oh.
What? Why are you there?
A walking grey poop. It mourns the loss of something.
Oh, that's what that is? Okay.
I'm sorry.
Grey Lament Sky number 97 leading.
Sorry.
Number 97 rejects Grey. No record for him. He agree.
He
I'm so
creed.
glad it's
I will not put it in the jar.
Sorry. I had to make this more interesting, so I gave you a yacht. Okay.
I really love that Grey. I won't put it in the jar. It worked.
That's so good.
I didn't know how to indicate that he was number
Sammy
97. I
Snail
think I
guessed
could have
some
made that clear.
thinkers.
Yay!
I think this one stayed pretty true to it. I think I got this kind of late.
Sammy Snail finally appears
I
on
just
Thinkers.
ran out of time to put Dorcas in.
I guess I was wrong.
Interrogation line.
Interrogation line.
What?
Oh, it's a line interrogating a
Lonely
swimming
table
line. It makes
crying
sense.
loneliness.
Oh.
Aww.
That's pretty awesome, Charles.
I
That's
love
so
that.
good.
I mean, that's the same thing as Sammy guessing on Thinkers.
How do we get from one to the other, though? Like,
Guys, if I had a
it's
studio,
all Finch's
I would
fault.
totally print these out and put them in the back.
Hey,
Charles is
Rosales.
shy next to cute maybe blue truck.
I love how this is continued.
He's shy.
Director has made
It's
it clear.
Charles
canon.
Blue or Black Truck.
Thinkers lore now.
He's in the corner.
Charles asking the viewer what color his truck is. Blue.
It's blue.
No more truck.
Charles wondering what color the car was.
I love how there's no car, but we know.
Aw, I like that. That's a fun drawing.
It looked pretty derpy.
That truck looks like it's missing some chromosomes.
Thanks, Bimo.
I love it. It's really funny. This part makes me think of like the imposter from Among Us, like one of the crew members.
We didn't think about that. That guys, part of the news was that Luigi had
This is
played
Notting
at
Hill.
a game where he was an assassin.
Notting
Oh,
Hill.
wow.
It's more
What
like
did this turn
Nutting
into?
Hill.
The Notting Hill house.
Just tossed it. It was
Oh, I'm
Now
sorry.
serving number 96.
nicely done, Greg.
Hey,
Why, Charles?
Alternate universe where Charles accepted the train gig.
no.
Perfect, darling.
He's demisexual. Dude.
I'm having a good time.
Yeah, you're all smiles there.
Do we got time
what's
for
it
one more?
called? Yeah, it's sweet. If Rosales can go.
Okay,
Here, I'll
give
drop
me,
another link in the
like,
chat.
30 seconds. I'll
Join
be
us
right back.
so that we can start a new turn.
Rosales, I hope you're there.
Why is my train a bunch of DEI hires?
Wow.
You're
Why does it
woke.
matter, Charles?
They have to
Now-
be large.
Is it DEI when like they're known for a specific thing? Like specifically, they're good at one thing and are known for having large members. Like that.
How do you know they're good for it?
I mean, you'd have to watch. You'd have to see.
First-hand experience.
Actually, it would be two hands.
Yes, and call.
That's true.
I'll take a lady's word for this one.
Because they know how to build a railroad.
This is just the joke. Oh, thanks, Artem, because we take everything you say very seriously. Okay, well, we're waiting for Dorcas. Paffy and
Oh,
Rosales.
Looks like Rosales is there.
Rosales is a new member.
Back.
Backpack.
Okay.
There he is.
Backpack.
All right, starting it up.
Okay.
I go to the next one. All right. There we go.
I
There's the
didn't mention Charles. So there.
What about Tron? What?
I didn't mention you.
Well, nor did I.
I didn't add you, but I see how somebody could.
Don't at me, bro.
Oh.
Oh.
What?
Oh. Okay, so from what I can remember of this lady.
I don't remember which.
I love this so much. I wish I could draw faster. It's
you've
funny
got
in my head.
Most of
promise.
your time remaining. Only a quarter of the time is gone.
I like this one.
What, do you like what you produced or the prompt?
Both.
There we go.
Make this. Oh, no. Okay, question for the panel.
Okay.
Would you rather be number 98 or number 100?
What?
Neither, but I guess
I'm not
100
sure if
because
it matters at that
I'm
point.
the very last person.
Oh dear, what is this?
All right.
Well, I guess if you're 100, you get to put the icing on the cake.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, I
Like-
guess so. The icing
Does
on
it-
top of the
Yeah,
icing.
there's no
Is it
cake.
better?
If you
But you're
aren't
still like-
99, I mean,
That's what I mean. Like you get to be, haha, I've got the nice round number, but then it's like, wait, then you're the last one.
Pappy says he's not a closer.
Oh gosh, what am I doing? Taking too much time with this.
Yup.
you got plenty of time now. You haven't even used a quarter of your time yet. Now it's a quarter of your time.
I love how if it also like the guys that were maybe like number 38 or whatever, it's such a shame. Like, yeah, so what? You were there to just run up the numbers. Because I'm just we're making all the jokes with the later number, guys. We're not featuring.
Nobody remembers 348.
They should. He was an important man. He's the one that asked her how she was doing, and she was like, "I'm fine," as she's trying to disassociate. This looks awful.
I've tried to make this the best possible thing.
No one will fucking know what this is.
Yeah, I
How are they
kind of
gonna
screwed this
know?
up.
They won't
Good luck,
know.
everybody.
No one's gonna understand this.
No one's gonna know.
No one's gonna know. How will they know?
They're gonna
Oh
know.
no, Bimo.
Oh my.
That's really cute.
Oh, the smell in that room by 35. Oh. That's Rosales. I'm just reading his message. It wasn't me. Imagine if you go in there and you can't perform, Paffy. Yo.
That's
As
why
well.
they had more than 100 people there.
You need reserve. Imagine being that guy. I was there to be 100. But then... This makes me sad. Ooh. I'm supposed to be quiet
Why?
because it's nighttime.
Oh, you were told to shut up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. That's what you get for husband maxing.
What was that noise?
That's a good question.
Back.
Dorcas is having a good time.
Having a good time, having a good time.
Did he swear? He doesn't swear much.
Well, you got about a third of
You
your
should
time
talk
left to
Dorcas
correct
more. He
whatever
does swear.
situation you got into.
So I guess Charles just has orange glasses now.
Yeah, what?
Okay.
Why is Lord changing?
I have no idea what
Wait,
I
you
just
don't have
triggered.
orange glasses? But you regularly use orange glasses, right?
What the hell is this?
Okay.
I'm sorry, Dorcas. I'm so sorry. You might have got what I got. I'm sorry. You see, this is the fun thing about this prompt. Because if I were to participate, this would probably happen to me. Because I'm a
If you were-
sorry, hopeless romantic.
What?
I don't
I know how to do this
even
one.
know where to
What the hell
start.
am I looking at? Okay. So that's about
I
a
don't
sixth of
rem-
your time.
Guys, I don't remember what I just wrote. What I just
Did
drew.
you disassociate?
Yeah. I don't remember
No,
what I
is that
just drew.
dramatic?
Yeah. Clearly, by my reasoning, I used the word. So.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't know what to do for this.
I'm so sorry.
Rosales just writes nope sometimes. You could try that.
Okay, I think I know.
You think you can?
I want the time to be over now.
I've given up on this looking good. Like, I'm just trying to get it done in the time period.
Well, you got about a third of your time left.
Oh,
Period.
Rosales apparently lost it.
Oh, no. But you are the artiste.
Yeah, he's the artist.
Yes.
100%. Blows my work out of the water. If you guys haven't subscribed to him, you should.
Yeah, he's got a great channel.
Go and
Yeah, no.
go and watch the nightlife, late night show that I don't get to.
Okay, I'm sorry for what you're about to
I'm
see.
so supremacy.
No one's gonna know that the ledge is true.
Well, there's 2 more rounds. All you gotta do is describe what you see next.
What?
Sorry, Pathy, there is no saving someone who wants to get ran through by 100 dudes. They have made that decision. There's nothing to save.
No, he'll save her.
Interesting.
This was cute.
Okay.
That's mean. I don't like this one.
What do you mean?
Possibly my bad. Sorry.
Oh,
I'm just
never
gonna
mind.
stop apologizing.
Sorry about that.
Sorry, boot up.
Wait, let's do this.
That's a quarter of your time.
Do. This is not. Oh, oh. Oh, shit.
Hi, Kita. How are you doing?
Hi, Norgus. How are you? Ooh, well,
Alright,
I need to stop hitting my microphone.
I understand. My microphone's by my head right now because I'm leaning over.
I was so proud of having a boom thing, but Ooh. Well, you know what? Actually, I made this better because he's not happy about it.
Mhm. Let your artistry take over.
Yeah. Okay, I think I'm happy with what I just did.
I'm not. You can do better.
You're right.
He's gaslighting you.
But hey, time's pretty much done. You got a couple seconds.
It's good enough.
What a positive note to end this on.
This is a lot more wholesome than everything else.
Is it?
Yes.
Good question.
Oh, no.
All right, guys, we ready?
As I'll ever be.
Finally, a meme without
Oh,
Charles in
you
it.
dick.
Charles is not allowed in the No Charles meme club.
Charles is not allowed in the house.
Oh. Gonna get worse. Yep. Getting worse.
You
I know to myself.
No Charles at the Notting
like
Hill
how-
Festival.
I like how there's a face there. The face is the window's upset with him.
Shirley Temple misses Charlie.
Oh,
Shirley
no.
Temples.
Charlie.
Whoa!
That close.
That went in a completely different direction than I was assuming
Well
it would.
done.
That's really good.
All right, Gray. What did
Sally
you do?
Snail riding the Coke train.
Nice.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yay! No Charles.
I love
Sammy
how
the snail
speed
rides the
is-
Coke train.
Slapping.
I love it.
Sammy is the Coke kingpin of the railway tracks.
Oh.
Promotion.
Perfect.
Queen Kite has Cocaine Bear on her show.
Wow.
I love that.
Old school list
Cocaine in
night
the
booths
nose.
at the record shop.
See? No, but mine's
Oh.
wholesome. Okay.
It's a weird looking booth, but okay.
Yeah,
I meant for it to
huge.
be a booth, but it turned into, let's just make it
Like a room, which is just a hole.
Look,
Oh my
I wasn't
gosh.
born at the time. I don't know what a booth is.
Likely
Gray
excuse.
is trying out being grape jelly.
Oh, my bad.
Oh.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Grape Poopet is grape flavored now.
That's good.
Great. But
Oh, I love it.
Grape Poopet.
aw,
Oh.
that was Fruit of
Grape
the
Poopet
Loops.
transitioned into grape jam.
Yeah, let's go.
We're making it.
Yeah.
A can of jam wants to be poopet.
A can of jam wants to be pooped.
Yes. Oh. It made it all the way through.
Pretty much.
Yay.
I ruined it, but other than that, it's good.
Feeding the ducks is no one hit in USA.
Oh, that's what that was. Okay.
Hungry.
I'm so sorry
That's
for
awesome.
The first
whomever
hungry
had to
bird in
draw.
the world.
I'm so sorry for whomever had to draw it after me today.
That might have been me.
That looks great, Rosales.
Monster Hunter Monster is very hungry.
Whoa.
That's what that was? Oh my gosh.
Oh.
I'm so
Fire breathing
sorry.
land lizard FR.
I'm so sorry for this.
Whoa.
Hey, you used the right color. It actually is just
Fire
another. It's
breathing green
another
luchador
view
with
of it.
curly hair.
Luchador.
I mean, tell me
Smells
that doesn't
good.
look like you're drawing above there.
That looks really good.
That was good, Charles.
So that's not where I thought this
Cleaning
one
it
was
up.
going.
Oh, we got a second prompt that does the same thing. Okay.
Big time ducks.
Oh, no.
Wash. He wrote wash.
Okay, washing a duck's butt.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's word gun.
The squirt gun. That was the idea.
It looks like
abuse.
it looks like poking a duck, guys.
Pow! I love that.
What?
Charles absolutely destroys a chicken with a kick.
It's like, I'll show you, strange darling.
Two eggs.
Sipo kicks the chicken's nuts.
Yep.
That's the one I didn't like.
I like that the form maintains left leg booting.
That's so good. But I just gotta say that this is some work. That looks great.
It is.
He's quick. He does it so quick.
Like someone's done some gesture drawing. That's for sure.
I do gesture drawing.
Kite hands out ribbons to wholesome degenerate.
Aww.
Kite gives a ribbon to a very stinky toddler.
I'm so sorry for whoever had to draw after this one. Not this one.
Here's his ribbon.
Kite gives ribbon to Stinky Baby.
I fucking hated this.
Oh.
Fattest duck of the year.
That's not what?
I can see it.
I'm big bone.
He's just big bone, guys.
StreamYard duck is the heaviest of 2024.
Heaviest on RAM usage.
Indeed. What is he holding up? Wait, what is this stick?
He's doing a selfie stick.
Oh.
That's good, darling. From cleaning to
Kite patting Lily's head and saying, "Oh, honey."
Oh, honey.
Oh.
Disappointment at Notting Hill.
Oh. Oops.
The future looks bright. On to bigger goals.
What?
Oh.
The future looks so bright.
Gray, I love this.
Whoa.
Perfect.
Optimistic for the future.
It's just that rapper's album. New
Aw.
album.
I like how you gave him like a Prince Valiant haircut.
It's up in his head. Here it is.
Is the sun doing a thumbs up?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Charles regretting the lineup of BBC.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh no. I didn't agree.
Charlie celebrating number 100.
That's not celebrating.
Oh no. No.
See, Charles, I moved it around.
Participant number 100 gets an award for finishing.
See, I made sure you weren't in the
This documenta.
this documenta.
What?
It's a documentary.
Recording a
It makes
documentary
sense.
about a mandarin.
I love
That's
it.
so good.
It works.
That is so good. Thank you, darling, so much.
Saved it.
You're gonna get yelled at, Killy. Take a deep breath.
No, not the breeding ritual.
Yeah, nothing like this.
Now, where does Charles get put in here? That's the real question.
The cisnorm gendered mating ritual.
Oh, I know where this goes.
Aww.
Oh, I'm really sorry.
I love it.
Cute dude bringing flowers and chocolates to the orgy.
Yeah.
Why, Gray?
Hello.
Man finds love at an orgy.
Sorry,
You know,
guys.
BMO.
Whoa.
What do you mean, how I know? I'm making an assumption. I'm being optimistic for
Proposal
Will you be my
happens
last-
at hot dog belt buckle party.
Will you be my number 100?
It kind of looks like a hot dog.
Wait
belt
a
party.
second.
Scroll
Let's
back
go
up. Scroll back up. He put the dicks in. It's like, no.
Oh, it'll replay. Oh, that's fantastic. That was when they got erect.
But I
so
love that
good.
they're a belt buckle.
Why did he propose with McDonald's fries?
They skipped number 96.
Oh.
That's what that was? Okay.
Next
He's
participant in the Stubfest is up.
Aw, that looks so nice.
Chucky the Dollar
So
waits
excited.
his entry into the Stubfest. Chucky is number 91 in the Genji Spangus line.
Just Spangus.
Oh my gosh, that's so good.
Spider-Man mad that he wasn't
Spider-Man.
first.
What?
What the hell happened?
Oh my god. All of this is getting posted in the Discord, by the way.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
What's in his mouth? What is this? What's the green
I think he brought flowers, and then he's got the mandibles.
It's lip balm because you don't want to go to a Stubfest.
Sorry. This is so good, darling.
Penises are fun.
Like their crotches, they all hacking.
I just love the devious little guy, you know? This is Spider-Man, though?
Come on, guys.
Oh my gosh, that was so good.
As usual, a lot of fun, guys.
He's literally behind my head. Charles
He's,
and Chucky.
he is number 96.
We're in line. Oh wait, it's now you can see.
Now it's time for Thinkers Elsewhere. Tell us where you guys are at this week.
Well, I heard that there's a 1,000-person orgy happening.
Nick,
So you're
it's
headed
not
to the
next
UK.
month.
I'm only about an hour and a half outside of Notting Hill, so it'll be a little bit.
Notting Hill.
You'll be nodding
Oh,
off.
an
until
opportunity knocks. Well,
That's
speaking
so
of
funny.
knocking, tomorrow night, if you want to head on over to Rosales' channel, he has Rosales After Dark. It's Friday nights, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. We won't talk about the mythical standard time, but it's fun. It's subjects much like this. I know Luigi and Lily will both be coming up, so if you want more and perhaps even some amazing art, go check out Rosales After Dark. And then, if you just can't get enough, check out Rosales on his Super Sunday wrap-up, where it's a little bit more wholesome. It's early Sunday mornings, 7 a.m. PST, 10 a.m. EST. And, he's going to wrap up the whole week. Whatever you missed that happened this weekend, he will tell you. But, he's also doing the Game Awards tonight. So check that out. That's about all I got going on. I will probably make an appearance on both of those. But, who knows? I happen to be going out of town. That's all I got going on. BMO, what do you have going on, sir?
So I've been in the editing mines with this one video that keeps getting corrupted every time I make changes to it. So it was supposed to be released last week, and it did not. Yes, the file, every time I try to make changes to it currently, it is saying it's been corrupted and has to be restored back to its previous state prior to me making edits on it. I have the raws, so that's fine. It's just whenever I try to put it into this specific software, it gets corrupted. So I'm gonna. That's we were talking earlier about DaVinci. Maybe I'll give DaVinci a try.
Try it out.
DaWinci.
DaWinci, yes. Other than that, I'm up for commissions. I am an actual artist who draws things and stuff. Please do not use my Gardic phone art as a representation of who I am as an artist. Because like I draw little things like this, you know.
Oh.
Yeah, little things, stuffs. But that's pretty much all I've got going on. Follow me on Twitter as BMO Do Art, and you might every once in a while see me post something there.
Williams.
Wow.
Charles.
Hi. Busy weekend, I guess. Tomorrow's Friday the 13th.
Woo.
And due to the fact that I always have shit of that franchise in my realm, I'll be doing a live stream tomorrow night where I rank all of the Jasons based on their legendary status.
Where is Jason Sudeikis on that list?
You'll have to tune in and find out, silly.
Okay.
Damn it.
But
Jason
Jason
Bateman.
X is at the top, right?
Yes. Jason X
Whatever
is
you want.
the only Jason. And Sunday night is show business.
Woo.
Oh, and there's
Oh.
a bunch of content that Emily and I have recorded together.
The
Only
Britain
audio.
Liquid.
Yep. So if you
Have a look.
And
Yep.
for those that don't know, if you found this Lily Phillips, her voice nice, and Charles has a British wife.
I don't have one.
has
She's her
one.
own person.
He has one. I didn't say you own one.
He got one.
It's just
You
a
got
lease.
one.
Mm.
You're number 96. No, I'm kidding.
I'm number one.
Number one. Let's go.
Her hearts.
And Dorcas.
Storming the Archives continues apace on Tuesdays, and Ascension Unleashed continues apace on Sundays. This Sunday evening, I believe it is. Yeah, Kitte? Let me double check that. Yes, this Sunday evening at, I believe, 6 Pacific time, which is 8 where I'm at currently. We have a special stream coming up that I think Brandon Sanderson fans will enjoy, which I'm keeping secret for the moment. You'll see it in the thumbnail when I put it up the day of.
Great thumbnail.
Thank you.
Stick your thumb in it.
Something like that. And then eventually I'm going to reach out to Gray and to BMO about more fan castings. Because I think we have enough new characters in Well of Ascension that Gray, Kit, and I can do that one. And anyway, as always, lots of things planned for the channel. Please subscribe. I'm trying hard to get some of those subscriber numbers up. And
Go on.
who hasn't gone yet?
Me.
Number
Kite.
100.
I've got a new thing, but I don't know if you'll be able to hear me. Woo! So seeing as we have the naughty novels, okay, it's I've started a podcast with my friends. It was their idea, it wasn't mine, I swear it. So we're reading naughty novels, and we will be uploading our first episode next week, Monday. Edited by moi. It's just an audio podcast, so you can listen along. I'm very interested to see what Artem and CPaffy think, because we are going over the book A Court of Thorns and Roses. It's we you can see it. It's in the name. It's for the ladies. Even though our 2 audience members are now Artem and Paffy. Whatever.
Are those all books from the same series?
No, they're not. We were just
The
taking
2 courts
photos.
are.
Yeah,
Sarah
the
J.
two
Maas has a huge fan base, and all of hers happen to be around courts, if you will.
Mhm. So
But,
that's
yeah.
it. Ooh.
It's a huge franchise. I think that'll be awesome.
Mhm.
Hopefully there will be some turnover, but that might be a completely new audience. Those
Yeah,
Sarah
there'll
J.
be
Maas
yeah.
fans are like crazy.
Yes, definitely. Here it is. Here is the link. TNN. There we go. I will do that. The link is I put the links in the description, but I think you're right. We should do a link tree for everybody, for all the thinkers. You're right, Wallace. Great. And that's about it. Everybody for the rest of the stuff on my channel, when I'm done with the editing of the podcast, then maybe I'll have time for my other stuff. So we'll see. Just thanks for coming
Fingers crossed.
around. Yeah. And
And don't forget to love each other.
yeah. Charles, hold
Charles
it.
representing.
Hold it.
West side.
Everybody say goodbye.
Thanks, bye.
We now finished thinking for the week. Our minds can finally rest, reflecting on the questions first day, same thinker time, same thinker place. Like until the future.